everybody. Looks like everything is up and running correctly, right? Pause. Okay, looks like we're good. Did I get Donkey Kong? Yep. Yeah, I streamed it the past couple nights. It's a lot of fun. Been having a ton of fun with it. Game starts out alright, but it only gets better from there. It's a very water damaged copy of this. Maybe it's not water. We'll have to assume. As much as I would like the PS2 version, though, can't settle for that one. The hell? Did this person seriously just balance all of that on their legs? Very resourceful. There comes a time when you just sometimes need a table and a nail clipper. But at this point, you might as well just get a table, lay him down, you know? Such a much more nice photo. No, I didn't beat Elite Four, unfortunately. I lost on the 4th member because I wasn't doing any healing or reviving. So that will be resumed next week, since I won't be streaming for the next few days. But we'll pick that back up soon. Remind you of Mario 64. Yeah, it's very Mario Odyssey to me. Need photo selling tips for secondhand PS3 consoles when you sell a secondhand game that is disc-based. Is it advisable to take a photo of the actual front and back of the disc? People definitely appreciate it when you take a photo of the back of the disc. Even if it looks like it's in really good condition, you should still take a photo if you're willing to go through those lengths. If it's just the disc that you're selling, yeah, people will probably want to see the condition. The only problem is getting a photo that clearly shows the condition on the disc is not easy. You gotta get it at a certain angle. What some people do is they take it at multiple angles. And if you notice damage to the disc that isn't showing in the photos, make sure to note it in the description, because sometimes it's really hard to show it. If anything, showing photos of the underside of your disc and even the top, while it may seem kind of like more work for no reason, I guarantee you that if you go through that extra work, your copy is more likely to sell than somebody else's. And yours is more likely to sell for a slightly higher price. Like, say somebody undercuts you, and there's cheaper copies on there. Yours will be more likely to sell because people can actually see the condition of what they're getting. Most people don't show condition on disc only. You got your copy as a Violet today? Yeah, I'm glad everybody's picking up Scarlet and Violet to try and switch to. It really is such a crazy improvement. Spyro Crash Rayman. Sonic Origins Plus. Wreckfest. Some decent stuff in here. Very cheap. It's $23, $8 shipping, approximately. I'll link this seller. They got a few items. I haven't been following secondhand games on the Switch 2 stuff too much, but I would imagine if you put in like some kind of bootleg cart and Nintendo can detect it, then yeah, I'm sure that can cause some problems. If anything, just make sure that you're buying from reputable sellers and buying new when you can. Pikachu only Elite Four and Champion. I don't know if I'd want to do that one. I'm not sure I'd want to go through the Elite Four with just Pikachu. That sounds pretty crazy. Found a bunch of 360 PS2 games in a bin for $5 each. Nice. It's always cool when you find games that haven't been marked up to what they actually go for. It's a pretty okay deal. The highlight here would be Test Drive if it's complete, which it is not. Hello, Wheels. Hello, Epic Player. Are DS games on the rise currently? I'm not 100% anything is really on the rise right now. If anything, I think most consoles at the moment are kind of plateaued, if not going down. The only one that I've seen that has definitely seen an increase in price over the past year or two are Xbox One and Series X physical games. Because a couple of years when I checked that, or not even that, like a year ago, year and a half, the most expensive physical Xbox One Series X games were maybe like $60, $70. Now you've got some that are way more than that, with the limited releases and stuff. So I'd say that's one of the only ones that I've seen that's actually been surprising. Wow. Still getting a lot of money for 7 Rebirth Deluxe Edition. I guess that was a pretty limited print. Had to have been. Thank goodness I don't care about Deluxe Editions anymore. Just beat Metroid Prime Remastered. Yeah, I'll probably end up playing that too before Prime 4 comes out. The last song was Final Zone After War Ending for the Genesis. What's my factor code? So here's the link. And then if you do use it, just make sure at checkout that it applies my discount code. Just in case, just to be safe, but it should be fine, honestly. This is the code to just double check that it applies. And on the YouTube side, that link is in the pinned message. Today is the final, I say it's the final day. There's about a day and a half left, but I want to say final day because I'm not going to be here tomorrow to remind people. But today is the last day that I'll be sponsored with Factor 75. And as a little bonus incentive, and this is for Twitch people and YouTube people, for anybody that's signed up with it, and you let me know after you do it, because unfortunately it will not track immediately. It usually takes a few days because it needs to like process your payment when it ships and everything to count. I am letting anybody that signs up for it to pick any game that is on Xbox Game Pass, and I will stream it. If you're on YouTube, I'll stream it on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, I'll stream it on Twitch, or vice versa, or both of them. So we've had a couple of people sign up for it so far, and so far I'll be streaming Control, first time ever playing Control, and Banjo-Tooie. So if you want to pick any game, as long as it's not horror, because we don't do horror outside of October, but you can pick anything else. I mean, honestly, if you wanted to pick a horror game that isn't more than like 10 hours long, as long as you're okay with waiting until October, I could probably do that too. So in a way, you can probably have a little influence over October, but yeah, it's still a ways away. And it would need to be under 10 hours. It would need to be a game that's not part of, you know, there's some rules you would have to follow. It has to be part of a series that I've played in order, so we can't go out of order, you know, stuff like that. When am I playing it? I'll be playing those games. There won't be time next week because I'm not going to be streaming for a few days. So probably the following week is when I'll start them. But unfortunately, you do have to be from the US. This only works for the US. And you have to have never used Factor before. That includes my previous sponsorship, because I know a lot of you signed up for it then. So this is only for new people that never signed up. But what I would recommend is if you're looking to get it for the cheapest possible, you just get the box with 6 meals. And then with the 50% off and free shipping, it comes out to like just over $40 to get 6 meals, plus, you know, you get to pick the Xbox game. So it's a pretty nice little deal. I got my box. I already ate a couple of meals out of it. And I do actually have the box here with me tonight, because last time I never showed like the shipping process, so I figured I'd show you what it looks like when they ship it to you. And then I'll probably pick one of them and heat it up real quick. Not going to do any fancy gourmet plating and all that, because it's getting very late, and I usually don't eat this late, so I'll let you guys pick one, or I'll pick it myself too, because some of them are probably not a good idea to eat super late at night. But you know, I'll heat it up and you guys can see how it looks and how it works. Is this a song from E3? There's a good possibility all these are Genesis songs. Favorite more obscure racing game? Outside of Sonic R? Probably Super Bombad Racing. And I would say that's still obscure because there's still a lot of people that are not super familiar with like actually seeing that game in action. People just know the cover. They don't know the actual game. Everybody just looks at the cover and they're like, "Nah, I'll pass." Meanwhile, they're passing on one of the best kart racers ever. Do you have the title, Chemdream? I can't bring up Discord. Like, just if you have the title, just post it in chat. I'll copy and paste it. Video about collector's editions. I don't think I made a video on it yet. Unless I mention it in another one. Is that seriously in the game? Is that what the inside of the manual looks like? That can't be right, because that's like a cell phone. Oh no, it actually is a PC Engine controller. That's funny. Alright, didn't own that game before. Might have to look into it. It says also plays on 3DO. Yeah, that's definitely not true. They're gonna get a very disappointed buyer if they don't know their stuff. Thanks, Rizzy. Thank you for the super chat. When Sleeping with Pete coming back. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. I'll be talking about that pretty soon. Not tonight, but, you know, soon. I'll have something to say about it. PS1 RPG lot. Bidding, let's say. Yeah, this is approaching like the price that it should be. So the deal for this is running out, unfortunately, and the Grandia case is really messed up there. What's going on with that? Manual's kind of beat up. I'd say there's not too much meat left on the bone for this one. Oh, is that? Hold on. What is this? Oh, Eternal S. Damn, that's beat up. Yeah, I'd like to get around to replaying Link's Awakening on the Switch too as well. I hear this is a good upgrade. Hey, thanks, Rusty. Glad you're gonna make it live for a change as well. Thank you very much for the tier 2 88 months. Find any good janky 3D platformers lately? You know, it's funny, every time I'm on my PSN, like when I'm looking through new releases, or not new releases, but actually sales more so. Anytime I come across a janky looking 3D platformer, your username is usually there. It's like, Rusty has played this. I'm like, ah, of course he has. Astrobot still sells for quite a bit sealed. You know, usually by the time a single-player game has been out for over a year, it's definitely not going for close to the retail price anymore. So that just tells you how beloved that game is. Yeah, oh yeah, I've seen Paper Clay. Yeah, I actually, you just reminded me, I requested a key for that game so I can stream it, and I forgot they sent it to me. I'll have to stream that soon. Yeah, that one looks really good. You made your payment with the code and choosing your meals. Oh, thank you. Super cool. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Like I said, it'll probably take it like upwards of a week. It says up to 45 days, but I don't think it'll take that long to show on my end. Let me see. I mean, I can double check right now. You never know if it's fast. They usually wait until it's paid and shipped to you, and then by a couple days after that, usually. Yeah, it took Johnny Com about 5 or 6 days, and then 30 cents. His is in review right now, which should be approved soon. So yeah, usually it's about 5 to 7 days. But what you can do is, once you're done with the checkout process, just you can either whisper me on Twitch or Discord or X or whatever you prefer. Or you can just tell me in chat. Doesn't have to be a secret. But also just make sure that you message me on one of those ones as well, just so I remember. If you pick out a game on Game Pass you want me to stream. It's been a year already. I'm gonna assume, because time flies so quickly, that, like, I look at Astrobot and I'm like, you know what? The way time flies these days, it probably has been about a year. Stuffed bell pepper beef combo. I don't think I ever tried that one. I had a Cajun shrimp with like pineapple yesterday for lunch, and that was really good. And a salmon piccata, which was nice. The Hive, man, I remember that game from my childhood. I always liked, I don't know, just the cover on that one, the logo, I always really liked it. Thanks, Jaxel. Or J Axel. Thank you for the follow and kick. Oh, it's another bot, of course. I always end up thinking the bots. Crazy. They're evolving. It's actually not a terrible lot. I'm gonna link the seller. They also got a PS2 lot, which is also not terrible. This Yu-Gi-Oh game is like 20 bucks. Hello, Zach. Hello, Sega Retrope. Giants, Yu Yu Hakusho, Rayman Arena. It's actually kind of, for what you're getting in there, I think whoever's bidding on this is mostly wanting it for the Yu-Gi-Oh game. But I'll link the seller. Hello, Rapid Fire. Had a lot to dispose of. Oh yeah, I got they do put a lot of packing in there with the meals. I remember I was very excited for this Fantasia game, but then when it finally came out, it was just like a bunch of hits, right? Like, I didn't want to play Fantasia and play Lady Gaga. I wanted some, like, you know, classical music, like Fantasia itself. So that was very far from what I wanted it to be. eBay taxes, yeah. Once upon a time, there were no taxes on eBay. That was nice. Yahoo Japan auctions. You'll definitely pay fees with the middleman and the shipping, but if you keep your packages together for a while, you can just consolidate them. But I haven't used Yahoo Japan auctions in years. The only reason I used it back then was for merchandise, like collectibles, not games. Hello, Celeste. It's not a bad deal. You actually need both of these, and you want the jewel case variant for Twisted Metal. Twisted Metal 2 is anywhere between like 40 to 60 these days. The jewel case of Twisted Metal 1 is usually between 100 and 150. So their buy it now is appropriately priced, but you can get a bit of a deal with the bidding. If you sneak in the bid, see, like, these sellers here are asking 170, 150, but it's about, if you're really lucky, $100, but I think the price has really risen in the past year. I think it's going to be a lot harder to get it anywhere cheaper than 120. So this could be pretty good if you need both of them. Let me link you the seller. Oh yeah, if you're in Japan, then Yahoo Japan Auctions is the way to go, for sure. I don't think anybody beat Fantasia on the Genesis as a kid. That is one of the hardest Genesis games out there. I always liked it because I was a big fan of Fantasia. But that is one hard game. It was hard to get past like the first few levels. It's pretty notorious for being difficult. Well, I think Nintendo's always like, they're always revitalizing their series. Oh look, someone's buying Club Drive, a rental copy. I guess if you mean like turning the series on its head and trying something completely different. I feel like they've kind of been doing that with a lot of their games though. Look at what they did with Kirby to some extent. Even F-Zero at F-Zero 99, that was a pretty cool way to kind of bring that series back. At this point, the only one I really care about is Wave Race, but there's not much you can do to change Wave Race. They're just afraid to release it. Star Fox. They've tried so many times with Star Fox, though. I feel like they really have lost faith in it. I think Star Fox would work if they released it as an arena battle game. drop the single player stuff and just make it a 4v4 or 8 versus 8 online multiplayer game. Fight like arena combat. Dog fighting. Star Fox. And make it free to play. I know a lot of people will hate that. Make it free to play. And sell cosmetics for your ships, and you can buy like little costumes for the characters, right? Like you can have a lot of fun with it. You can buy emotes, so like you can taunt the other players with like, you know, the Star Fox talking, you know, when the heads pop up and stuff. That could be so cool. So imagine when you kill another player, your character will pop up on their screen doing the little jibber jabber, but you get to pick the taunt. Oh man, come on. You know it's a good idea. And they can sell that. Do little like taunting emote packs for like $5 or something. That's they would revitalize Star Fox in a split second if they did something like that. Does Donkey Kong make the Switch 2 worth it? I wouldn't say it's worth buying an entire Switch for Donkey Kong, but it's another game that should add fuel to the fire of you wanting to get a Switch 2. Just think of it this way, though. You're probably eventually going to want a Switch 2. Even though there may not be a lot of games out for it right now. If you're a Nintendo fan, you know you're going to buy one eventually. So it's a matter of, do you buy one now and just enjoy the games as they release? Or do you wait for the inevitable upgraded console in a couple years and then have all the games to play at your fingertips immediately? So it just depends how you want to approach it. Donkey Kong is great. But, you know, when all is said and done, you're going to be spending like near $500 for one game. So you got to decide if it's worth it to you to have it this early or not. Or just wait until there's more games out. And potentially a console upgrade, but the upgrade to the console will be a bit. I don't stream any Pokemon Presents because they are way too early in the morning. Like, ridiculously early. And they're usually very short, so yeah, I won't be streaming those. I usually just watch them in my own time. Usually in the morning when I wake up. What about this lot, Mine Pacific? You just think it's a good deal? It's not a bad deal if you want a bunch of Saturn sports games. It is 17 games for $90. Free shipping. Is it worth it? So on average, Saturn sports games, no matter what they are, usually if sold individually, don't go cheaper than $15 or $20 each. When you sell them as a lot, they tend to go cheaper. But individually, it doesn't matter what game it is, it's hard to get one for under $15. So if you do the math on that, that alone is kind of worth it. So if you like sports games, or you're going for like a near complete Saturn collection, then yeah, this would be a good deal. Are you buying it yourself, or are you just linking it for other people? The cases alone are worth good money. Original. They make reproduction cases, but they're just not the same. You can tell the difference. Thinking about it? Okay. Yeah. It's a good deal. Hello, tentative. Tentative, if you go into customize your badge on Kick, do they give you the OG badge? Can you check that? Because like I gave you and Pocket Robot OG badges for being one of the first subs. Can you see if they give you the ability to change to that? Because I don't know how that works. We've seen this lot now for a couple weeks. It's really not that bad for a Wii lot. No, I'm talking about on Kick's ends. Kick has badges. I think we'll ever see a new Golden Sun game. I wouldn't write it off entirely. Yeah, I wouldn't say we'd never get one. What's the deal with shadowless and non-shadowless? So the first printing, it's just an easier way to distinguish. So we're talking about Pokemon cards. The easiest way to distinguish between first edition and the printing that came after is to call them shadowless or first edition. First edition cards are shadowless, but it just makes more sense from a terminology standpoint to refer to the non-first edition shadowless cards as shadowless because of the multiple different printings. So first edition are shadowless, but they have the stamp, so people just call them first edition. They don't say first edition shadowless, it's just confusing. Just play the first Golden Sun on Game Boy Advance. It's the way to go, and if you got a Game Boy Advance Micro or a Game Boy Advance SP, that's the way to do it. Those games look really good when you actually play it on a handheld because of the sprites. If you play it on a TV, it's just not the same. Any specific game? Nope, we just look for the general deals or interesting auctions, and I link them in chat for people. What do you think about Sonic Adventure DX Director Cut? Oh, it was always fun. Usually when I went back to go try and play it again, that's the one I would do. But I don't know, I am tempted if I play Sonic Adventure again to just do the good old crunchy Dreamcast version. So that way every time I hit a loading zone, you get to listen to your Dreamcast just like munching away at loading the next zone. Oh, I'm not gonna smell the cards, but yeah, usually those cards are so old they won't have any smell. Thanks, Pudmodel. Pudmodel with the 5 years on Twitch. Thanks so much, Pudmodel. It's a big milestone. Congrats on the golden face knob. Yeah, I was watching somebody open up heavy base set booster packs, and they tried smelling them. They were like, yeah, there's no smell. They did not pull the Charizard. They got kind of screwed on what they opened. They opened 5 packs. They didn't get anything besides Venusaur. Thanks, eBay. They love resetting the category. So annoying. They never used to do this. They would stay in video games, but that changed. I gotta redo the buy it now. I have not played Outer Wilds, no. Not really on my radar to try, but maybe one of these days. I was highly enthusiastic about Switch 2 before launch. I wouldn't say that. I actually knew it was going to be one of the least exciting console launches because it was literally just Mario Kart. So it's kind of hard to get excited for that. And then also knowing that it was essentially just the Switch but more powerful was kind of like, you know, eh. But FOMO for people engaging with hardware launches. It's hard to tell with Nintendo. There's just so many Nintendo fans out there that they're gonna buy that thing regardless of what it launches with. In a way, Nintendo's big enough where it probably doesn't even matter too much what people online say. The casuals have already made up their mind whether or not they're gonna buy one or not. $40 shipping, by the way. I think this person reversed their shipping and buy it now price. Also, this copy of Alone in the Dark has some brown, blackish mold festering on the top. All of these are kind of water damaged. Seller's name is Get Nick. Yeah, someone get Nick and tell him he's selling moldy games for $60. Oh my god, look at Alone in the Dark. You can see the speckled mold here. You could also see mold in Fable. Somewhat in all the other ones too. You can like see it here. You always thought Shadowless doesn't have black shadows under the art for the first editions. When people say, the easiest way, when people say Shadowless, they mean the second printing of Pokemon cards. The ones that lose the first edition stamp, but were before the Unlimited print run. Unlimited being the ones with shadows. So Shadowless is the second printing without first edition stamp, but they still are Shadowless. First edition is literally like first edition stamp, Shadowless. So, just never use the terminology Shadowless unless it's for the second printing. It's just the easiest way. That's how the community kind of references them. So even like the grading companies will just say first edition. They don't say Shadowless on first edition cards. It's just kind of observed as being part of first edition. Most copies of Bloody Roar 2 are scratched. Probably because it was a big rental game. Especially if the copies came from rental stores. Fighting games tended to make good rental games back then. Just a heads up, never make your cover photo this. Unless this doesn't have covers. Because this is really hard to tell what games are included. Always just show the cover of the games. Yeah, this should be the cover photo. And then center it better. Way easier to just take a quick glance and know what's in there. Let's see. Tony Hawk's Underground, Automodelista, Hobbit, Black Label Kingdom Hearts. Shipping is $8. Their price is fair for what you get here, but you'd have to be excited over those handful of games pretty much. If you were to piece out what all that is worth, it would be worth a bit more than what they're asking. Automata Lista is like 20. Kingdom Hearts Black Label 15 to 20. Hobbit's like 10 to 15. Some of the other games like 10 bucks. No, I've never been to a Mario Kart or Smash Brothers tournament. Never have, probably never will. Well, that's funny. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. The heck were you trying to listen to beforehand where she was like, nah, can't sleep with this? Oh, there's the badge. Nice. That's actually a pretty cool badge. I like the OG badge on Kick. The app? Oh yeah, I don't do it through the app. Wait. Did it apply the discount through the app? I think you're the first person to do it through the app. Hopefully that tracks right. Usually we do it through the web browser. But as long as it popped up with my code in there, it should be right. Eden Zero, I have not really looked into that one though. I saw that was just released on PSN though, but I don't know much about it. Well, that's a pretty big topic, Zach. But what I'll say is I wish companies like Nintendo would do more than just make their games streamable and just make them outright purchasable. Would be nice. Instead of us having to rely on them keeping the online service up in order to play what we buy. Massive Xbox deals yet? No. What is it, a digital sale? I just do modern TV with a converter right now. I don't have room for CRT with my streaming setup right now. How much does a Gem 10 Shadowless Charizard from base set? With that, offhand, I'm not sure, but that's probably in the realm of somewhere between 15. Okay, so a first edition PSA 9 Charizard is worth about 20,000. So a 10 Shadowless is probably around the same price. It's like these Xbox slots are good, but the price is just like barely too high for what you're getting here. Proxy services to buy overseas? I haven't bought overseas items in like 10 years. Back when I used to do it, yes, the options were very limited. I had to use a website called Shopping Mall Japan to do the middleman service. They would bid and store the items in their warehouse, and then you ship everything together. But they would do the bidding for you. The old school days, you weren't doing it yourself. You had to put money into their account, like their website, ahead of time, and then you had to tell them ahead of time what you want to bid if you were bidding. And if you wanted to buy it now, you would also have to like put in a request to buy it now and then wait for them to buy it. That's where I got most of my Sonic the Hedgehog collection, was from Yahoo Japan auctions, because back then on eBay, the rare stuff was almost non-existent on eBay. You had to go to Japan. .3D action game based on a manga. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be interested in that if it's based on a manga. Based on X? You mean Ys 10, or you mean Final Fantasy 10? Why are N64's price higher? Yeah, I don't know, that's a good question. I guess the market just kind of dictates what the consoles cost. It's not that the N64 is particularly rare or anything. Perhaps. So I think the reason that may be for the N64, because I'm thinking about it, the other consoles, with the exception of like GameCube, well, even actually with the GameCube, so the Super Nintendo and NES, there's a lot of ways that people can play Super Nintendo and NES games, right? Through like emulation consoles, through like the minis. GameCube, you can put that stuff on the Wii. The Wii, you can put that stuff on the Wii U. And also, there's just so many Wiis, that thing is going to be cheap forever. But the N64, the only way to play N64 is on an N64. Until the analog console comes out. But even then, that's still pretty specialized. So I just think that because playing N64 is kind of locked into just the N64 itself. That might be why it's a little more expensive. Your download on Nintendo Switch Online. Freddy, I think you're like 20 minutes behind on the stream. Make sure you hit the live button. I think you're in a discussion from a bit ago. The only Burnout I ever really played was Burnout Revenge on Xbox Live Arcade, which I really enjoyed. That was a great game. Paradise I tried to get into, I couldn't really get into it. I don't know, it was just different for me. Dream CRT? Oh, I'm not knowledgeable enough on Dream CRT brands and stuff. Just give me one that works. I don't really care what the brand is. Just give me one with no screen issues. I played Darksiders 1. I remember really enjoying that game, but I never bothered with the sequels. I'm not sure what I'd think of it if I went to try it now. Hello, David. Why did Pokemon cards get popular suddenly? That just has to do with like all collectibles around COVID time. Pokemon has really taken off recently though, because Pokemon Pocket kind of gave the game a bit of a resurgence. But also the scalpers unfortunately have also made it more popular than it probably should be, because it's just so hard to get the cards. Because people are literally just like living and breathing, buying and reselling Pokemon cards right now. Unifor, thank you so much. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome, enjoy your emotes, and also no ads. Have I played Justice League? Top-down action game? No, I never played that. The only Justice League I've played is the one that's on Game Boy Advance, which was okay. Alright, it is 9:30, which means I'm going to show you guys, since this is the final day that you guys will really be able to order a box, you know, the next 24 hours. I have not ate dinner yet. Probably a big mistake, but I can't wait too long. So I wanted to show you what the shipping box looks like on Factor, for those of you that haven't seen it, so you kind of know what to expect if you get this. So this is going into a little bit of a sponsored thing here for the people on YouTube and such that are unaware. But this goes for both Twitch and YouTube people. Anybody can anybody can use it. So I put my food back in the box so you can see how this works. Oh my god, that is heavy. So, if you order with Factor, my mic's gonna get a little lower. This segment will take a few minutes, it won't be too long. But if you order from Factor, they will send you it in a box. Of course, depending on how many you order, will determine probably the size of the box. When you open it, they will have insulation and protection so that stuff doesn't get dented. And then inside, see if I can lift this for you. Mine is a little bit. I tried to put it back in the freezer to refreeze it, but it will come with. It's kind of saggy, but yours will be. This sounds so horrible. Yours will be saggy, but it'll come rock solid hard ice in this very cold ice bag. And then inside, I wrote on there so I know what's in there, but your meals will come packaged just like this. These are not frozen, so they keep them nice and cold. They're made fresh the same day and shipped out to you, like pretty much same day shipping. And then your meals will come in these containers. So let me just pick one out for you. So this one here, as I wrote, because otherwise you have to like look on the bottom, is grilled pork barbecue tenderloin with cheddar, Yukon mash, broccoli, and carrots. So you open this up. Like I said, it's not frozen. You can see it's not frozen. And it'll come with some vegetables, some gravy, and then over here is the pork tenderloin. Actually, quite a good amount of meat in this one. These are portion controlled, of course, so don't expect like some hungry man dinner. All right, just a heads up. I've already eaten 2 of them out of here. So here's a good example of like portion size, right? So like with the salmon, actually that's not too bad of a piece of salmon. For like $7 for the meal, you can't really complain. You get some green beans, you get a nice slice of salmon. And what does this one actually come with? Garlic, parsley, salmon, and Parmesan polenta with roasted spinach, green beans, and grape tomatoes. That actually sounds like one I'd want to make tonight, to be honest. Now, I have not ate dinner, so I'm going to pick one of these out. Right now, I'm leaning towards the salmon. So, we got the salmon. We got that pork tenderloin. I'm a little scared to eat this one so late at night, because I got to get up early tomorrow, and I'm not sure how this would be eating at 9:30 at night. African chicken peanut curry with roasted sweet potatoes, broccoli, and red peppers. Yeah, we're probably gonna hold off on that one. Sounds great, but a meal to eat at almost 10 o'clock at night, I don't know about that one. And then I got smoky Gouda macaroni and shredded beef with toasted garlic, green beans, and Parmesan butter. Also pretty heavy duty for this time of night. So I think I'm actually gonna go with the salmon. I know I told you guys I'd let you pick, but I don't think so. I think I'm gonna have that salmon. So just one last look inside here. There is another ice bag on the bottom, so they keep this thing very well refrigerated. So I just wanted to show you guys what you can expect when you get a Factor box. Mine was 6 meals. Like I said, I already ate 2. Asian shrimp with pineapple and one of the other salmon dishes I got. So, it's going to be one of the last times I mention this tonight, so I just wanted to show you guys the box. And once again, you can get 50% off your first box and free shipping if you use my link. On YouTube, it is a pinned comment on the top of chat. Twitch, you guys see the link popping up like a million times every stream. Alternatively, there's a code that you can put in as well just to help guarantee that, I think that's in the... No, here, let me put the code in the YouTube side as well. So if you sign up through my link, it does support me very substantially, and it is greatly appreciated. But you also get some great meals. You average, it'll be anywhere between $6 to $7 per meal with my link, which is pretty good. And then I'm also, as a thank you to people, I am also letting anybody that signs up with Factor pick any game that's on Xbox Game Pass. Pick any game you want, and I will stream it. If you're picking this up through YouTube, I'll stream the game on YouTube for you. If you're picking this up through Twitch, I stream it on Twitch. Alright, so that's kind of a little bonus. So far we got 3 games, and I will do them in order of when people signed up, so there'll be a little queue. Right now we're 3 games into the queue, and these games will be streamed in the coming weeks. Alright, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take a quick break. This takes a few minutes to reheat. Last time I put it on a plate and I was trying to be all fancy and stuff, we ain't got time for that. That's one of the points of these meals anyways, to do something quick. So I'm gonna just reheat it right in here, and I'm gonna eat it right out of here, okay? So, give me about 7 minutes or so, and I'll be back. I will leave you guys with something to watch at least. This YouTube playlist has gameplay with the music, and I actually think it's really nice. So I'm actually gonna let you guys watch this, so you can see the games and listen to the music. Let me see, where are we at? We are at 1 hour 9 minutes. Let me sync this up. Now, I don't have to eat these meals, but, you know, if you're sponsored by a food company, you might as well, right? Okay. Okay. So this will be something for you guys to watch while I am gone. What the hell game is this? Oh, Highlight. Okay, give me a second. Like I said, 5 to 7 minutes, and I'll be right back. back. How's the volume? Is this too loud? Let me turn this. Hey, you know what? It's because it was on YouTube. This one's a little lower. Fast forward. Okay. So I'm gonna let this cool down a little bit. Let me find a spot where I can safely put this. Because it's pretty steamy. So once again, this is the garlic, parsley, salmon, and Parmesan polenta with roasted spinach, green beans, and grape tomatoes. That sounds like one of the better choices. So I've got it here. I'm just gonna open it up and let it cool down because where the hell is my OBS? There it is. I don't know if the webcam can pick this up. It's probably gonna steam my webcam. No, you can't really see that. But we're gonna let that cool off a little bit, and then I'll try it out. Okay. Let's keep looking. Picking out your meals. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Blue Rose. Just make sure when you click my link, just make sure that it's showing that my code is applying so that we both get credit for it. But I do appreciate it. Favorite video game soundtrack? Sonic R. Yep. Nothing comes close. Selling a pretty rare Sly Cooper backpack. You are? Thank you, Cloud. I don't think I've ever seen a Sly Cooper backpack. Am I pretty hungry? I haven't ate in quite a bit, yeah. I would have ate normally right before I streamed, but I wanted to show it on stream, so I had to wait a bit. Wow, Sly Cooper fans are going crazy for this one. Now the question is, would you wear it? Or would you just buy it to collect? Just look at that. Of course it looks like the backpack, but then you got just some embroidery there. Going for $500. Certainly rare. I don't think I've ever seen that. Shirt, if you see, it was pretty short like this 6 months ago. If you look at my thumbnails, I mean the thumbnail I'm using for my stream on YouTube is pretty much the same thing. And Blue Rose, when you're all done, be sure to either, and this goes for anybody, be sure to message me on Twitch, X, or Discord with the game that you want me to stream from Game Pass. Or even if you want like a bit of time to look through it, you don't have to do it immediately. Yeah, you can do it next week, but just make sure you let me know. Yeah, if you want to hold off, Leo, and just wait, and then just let me know around then. You know, we'll probably have to talk about it just to make sure it's something that I can stream. But you're free to do that. Because their lineup may change a few months from now. Let's try changing our search category up. Resident Evil 4 Remake. You can pick something else because that's a pretty given game that either if it's this year or next year is very likely to be streamed anyway. If I can wipe my memory of one game completely and experience it all over again for the first time, what would I pick? Either Final Fantasy 7 or 9, but probably 7. Or Mario 64. Or Sonic Adventure. Or Shadow of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus might be a good one. Music's gone. Music's still there. Alright. Should be cool enough now. Let me just rip this top part off. I think I have filters on my mic so you guys don't have to hear me chomping away here. Just probably for the better anyway. Alright, let me give you some impressions on this. Try the salmon first, which is definitely not dry, that is for sure. That's pretty juicy. I mean, I know I love their salmon because the last time I was sponsored by Factor, I picked out a salmon meal or two and it was really good. Try the mashed potato. With a little spinach, that's good too. Yeah, I would recommend this one if you're picking out meals. But their meals change every week. So I'm not sure if they're going to offer this one this week. Yeah, I eat a lot of salmon lately. But the nice thing about salmon is, yeah, depending on what you cook it with, it just changes the flavor a lot. So I order different salmon all the time, just because, you know, salmon by itself can get really boring with just like olive oil. Alright, you gotta mix it up a little bit. Speaking of Outrun music, that is a game that needs to come back. Just drop the Ferrari license, please. Those are good green beans. I love all vegetables. There's really no vegetables I don't like. Eating healthy, yep. You know, I watch my macros, so I pay attention to daily consumption of sodium, saturated fat, cholesterol. As long as you're within the recommended daily or below. And also portion control, very important. Portion control above anything. Just make sure that you're eating smaller portions. And that's why these meals are nice, because they're usually perfectly portioned. I wouldn't eat stuff like this all the time, personally. But on nights where, you know, you're short on time and you just want something quick, they're pretty good. So, you know, you like supplement it, right? So like maybe every other day, every third day. And they stay good because they're airtight, so they stay good in the fridge pretty long. You could always freeze them too. That's a cool Kazooie plush. I don't think I've ever seen that one. It's actually not bad. Used to be that Banjo-Kazooie only had 2 different plushes. One was super rare from Japan, and the other one was the BDNA plush from the US. Now there's a lot more. I don't care for the Banjo, but I like the Kazooie. I wouldn't count on a new Shadow of the Colossus. If anything, I would want to see just a Team Eco trilogy. Port Eco off of the PS3 and upgrade Last Guardian to run at 60 frames. But the longer that passes, the more I feel like we're not getting it. When does that new Digimon game come out, by the way? That one that everybody's going crazy over. I might try it. Ah, shoot, that's right. It's an October release. The beginning of October, right? Am I eating healthier because of the recent health problems? Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm not looking to go through that again. So, gave up caffeine. Not that caffeine is like the end of the world, but after I got out of the hospital, I didn't feel like drinking coffee anymore, so I'm just like, you know what? Just go the extra mile. I was never drinking sugary drinks anyway, so might as well, you know, just stick to water and tea, and that's about it. Food-wise, yeah. I mean, obviously I'm eating better. Just gotta watch the nutrition labels. And if you're gonna eat something that maybe is not the best for you, just make sure that you're eating smaller portions. And the spacing of your meals is important too. So you want to usually eat about every 4 hours. Breakfast needs to be a big meal. And then lunch and dinner smaller. Started Cyber Sleuth. Yeah, I've heard good things about that one. Never played it. Yeah, I'm gonna look into doing decaf because coffee itself is still, you know, it's good for you. There's some rare Kingdom Hearts shirts. Yeah, these vintage shirts these days, people want so much money for them. Well, you get decaffeinated. I drink decaffeinated green tea. I actually really like the green beans in here. I'm gonna have to look and see what they cooked the green beans with. Actually, it might be those tomatoes they cooked it with. Gives it a different flavor. I still eat sushi? No. Even before everything happened, I didn't eat sushi that much. Sushi is expensive as hell. And it usually does not fill me up, so it's usually not worth it. Sushi for me is more of a thing if I'm out with friends and we're at, or we end up going somewhere that has sushi, then maybe. So like maybe once or twice a year, if that. Hello, Ant. Thanks for watching for so long. I did not get the Game & Watch repro. Club Nintendo, the only rewards I ever got from them was like some statue with all the characters on it. And I don't know, like a case for my DS. Nothing crazy. Rogue Galaxy behind the scenes DVD. I will tell you though, since I've been out of the hospital and I gave up caffeine, I have not had a headache or a migraine since I've been out. So the coffee was almost certainly probably causing that. Because the coffee pie dehydrated me. Make sure you guys check your Windows security. I know you all thought that was you. They're just being a pest. Freaking Windows. Having a Vectrex shipped to you is like one of the most nerve-wracking things. This is a very scary console to have shipped to you in a box. I remember I was very nervous getting mine. I don't remember what I got, what I paid for Vectrex. I didn't get mine with the box. I don't think I'd even want it with the box. It adds too much money to it. I think it might have been about 150 to 200. Really wasn't too crazy at the time. Yeah, it's very hard at first to give up coffee, but it is nice to be able to wake up and not feel like you need it to function. Aldi's, maybe once or twice. I don't prefer them. They're not really... A lot of their foods are super high in sodium. It's a lot of processed stuff. I'd much rather just go to a real supermarket. It's a lot of frozen food there. And the fruits and vegetables are just not usually the best quality there either. This is one of the rarest PS2 games, by the way. Infinitely more rare than Kuon, Rule of Rose, anything like that. Gundam versus Zeta Gundam. Actually one of the rarest games. The only reason it's not higher in price is the game is supposed to be really, really bad. Even Gundam fans don't really like it. But usually if you go to search for this game on eBay, there's usually only a small handful of copies available. I remember when I looked at it about a year ago, there was a single copy on eBay. Yeah, what I do for breakfast lately? Oh, crotch shot. Second crotch shot tonight. People have just given up tables. For those of you that weren't here at the start of the stream, the first person literally opened up an entire game, manual, disc, case, and laid it out across their crotch. Not even just holding the game like this guy, like they were just like full spread, everything on top of them. I don't know what, just get a table. But what I do for breakfast now is it's either a bowl of steel cut oatmeal with fruits and almond butter and chia seed, which is usually very filling by the time you eat all that. Or I do egg white omelet with like turmeric, avocado, fruits. I used to do a slice of whole wheat toast, but I haven't been doing that lately. And yeah, kind of just alternate between those. And that's it. That's all I've been eating for breakfast for the past couple months. The oats are important though. A lot of people try them and they hate it because there's no flavor. You have to flavor it. What I recommend, get almond butter, 100% pure almond butter, okay? There's a lot of them out there with seed oils in them. Don't get those ones. If you have a Stop and Shop by you, they carry almond butter that's 100%. Look at the ingredients. And you just take a teaspoon of that and mix it in with the oats. A huge difference. Adds a good amount of flavor. cheat meals around the holidays? Oh, I'm sure I will. I mean, you don't want to be miserable. You just gotta plan for it. You know, don't go too overboard in one day. I would say, by the way, if you're thinking about picking up Rhythm Heaven, I would say get it before people start realizing that a new Rhythm Heaven is coming out. Like, I know it was announced, but I still feel like a lot of people forget that it's coming. So once we get closer to that release, or the game releases, I really feel... Because think about this for a second. If this game comes out within the first year of the Switch 2 being released, I don't know if it has a release date or a planned release date, people are going to be starved for Switch 2 games, right? So most people, especially because most people are probably going to recommend the game because it's going to end up being really good, are going to recommend the new Rhythm Heaven game on Switch 2. What happens? A whole new league of fans play Rhythm Heaven for the first time, and they previously never knew about it, because it is still a pretty obscure series. And what's going to happen is they're all going to play the one on Switch 2 and be like, oh my goodness, wait, hold on, this is a series that's been around for decades. And then they're going to go back and they're going to play the Wii version, they're going to play the DS version, 3DS, maybe even Game Boy Advance. And that could potentially cause a huge price spike in the series, if it comes out in a low period where people are starved for Switch 2 games. But if it comes out in a busy period, with a lot of other games coming out around the same time, then yeah, I don't think it'll do too much. It needs to come out when there's really no other major Switch 2 games releasing. This is a great game, by the way. 2 great games. Power Shovel. Absolutely not a game that you look at it and you're like, oh, it just must be a simulator for construction. No, it's sort of like a wacky WarioWare kind of minigame compilation game. Really, really fun. Highly recommend Power Shovel if you're into really weird and wacky minigame compilations. It also has a controller that you can use for it from Japan, but it plays just fine with the normal joystick. And Baroque is also criminally underrated for that price, especially for the Wii version. Condiments on eggs. These days, the only thing I put on my eggs are whatever I either put spinach in or mushroom, but even if I don't put those in, if I don't have them, I always put turmeric powder and chia seeds, and that's it. And pepper. PS2 Baroque is better. Actually, the Wii version is arguably the better version because it runs in 1080, or it runs in 480p widescreen. The PS2 version is 4:3. So if you care about widescreen and a better resolution, the Wii version is the only one that can do that. I can't remember if you can remap the controls, but motion controls in Baroque are pretty much just limited to the heavy attack, which you almost never use anyway. Like, you shouldn't. The heavy attack is very bad in that game. That may make you use motion controls, but I don't know if you can remap it. Finished the salmon, mashed potato, and the spinach. Still got more green beans. Very good meal though, I like this one. I'll read the name off one more time at the end, if any of you want to try it. I always used to think this was a bootleg plush, but I'm pretty sure it's official, even though it looks wonky as hell. It's just a very early Koopa Troopa plush. But then again, this one... It used to be that the little string on the top of the head was a telltale sign of something being a bootleg. Can't remember. I remember doing research into this plush like a decade ago. Ben Presto tag makes it look official though. Probably is. Yeah, it's a very sad looking Koopa. Brave Probe. This is a pretty good Zelda-like that never made it out of Japan on the PS1. Actually very playable if you don't know Japanese, so if you're an import collector, Brave Probe is worth looking into. There's a translation of it if you're into doing the ROMs. Is the music volume still okay for you guys? Or is it too low? It's good, okay. It's a little hard to monitor on my end for what it's like for you. Because the volume I hear it at isn't the same for you. Yeah, this was probably the... If you ask me what's the most disappointing collector's edition of all time, probably it'd be Final Fantasy XIV. The original release. This thing was so lame. It was pretty much just a journal. I think it was an empty journal. And a Square Enix, like, branded keychain thing where, like, you'd have to get the code and put it into the game to log in. I think that was it. Like, it was so bad. I don't know if any of you remember buying that thing yourselves. Alright, I got like my last bite here, just give me a second. I want to finish this so I can put it down. Look at this thing. I've never played a console with a screen attached like that. Alright, that was way more filling than I thought it would be. Alright, so once again, that was the garlic, parsley, salmon, and parmesan polenta. Not sure if that's available for everybody. Because they change the menus week by week. So. But it was good. Banjo-Kazooie hoodie. It's a weird logo. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I don't like that. The back logo isn't bad. I don't like that stylized front logo. Well, if you end up sticking with them, just keep an eye out for that one in the future. Oh, and I just want to make sure, Blue Rose, you don't use any coupon extensions like Honey or anything like that on browser, do you? Because that can screw with the tracking. If you use that, just let me know. I'd have to contact them to let them know. One of the few Japanese exclusive 3DO games. Unfortunately, this one always looked a little hard to play to me, Even though it's a first-person mech game, which is kind of cool. But there's a lot of text and a lot of talking. Okay, good. Yep, thank you again for that. Like I said, it'll take about a week to track, so you can take your time to pick out what game. Lenticular cover. There are so few Game Boy Advance games that use lenticular. I don't know about you guys, but I have a big weakness for that. Back in the day, if I saw a game with a lenticular cover, it was like my chance of buying the game instantly went up by like 20%. Do I use GameEye app to keep track of my collection? No. I pretty much just keep track of my collection from memory. I've always done it that way. Anytime I've tried apps, I may start putting games on there and maybe even finish a list for a console, but I never keep up with it, and then it becomes outdated. And then I don't remember what games I've added, what games I haven't. The only time I've done a list, it wasn't with GameEye, it was some other website, I forget the name. I liked them because they had a lot of the obscure stuff in there that the other apps wouldn't have. I did it for Game Boy Color because I was trying to see how close I was to a complete collection. That's about it. Otherwise, I just do my best to try and remember what I have. Has to be on Game Pass. Yeah, I pretty much just said Game Pass for... I can't go back on it now, unfortunately, because some other people have already picked from Game Pass, but yeah, just Game Pass. Because I paid for a month of it, so I was like, you know what? Let's make use of it. So, we'll have people pick from there. This thing's like... I couldn't even imagine getting into one of these rocker chairs and out of them now. When you're younger, okay, they're like the coolest thing ever. But the older you get, I look at one of those things and like my back just starts hurting. I'm pretty sure I'd have to like roll off of this thing. I don't think I can get up normally. Ever forget and purchase a game multiple times? I'm sure it's happened. Roll off of it, yeah. I'm sure it's happened, but it doesn't happen too often. If anything, it usually happens if I buy a lot and there's like some games in there and I'm like, oh, I forgot I actually had this already. But the only consoles that would really happen for would be like PS1, PS2. Because, you know, it's not like I'm buying a lot of games like so haphazardly that I don't even remember what I buy. Usually when I buy something, I definitely remember buying it. So it's not too hard for me. Yeah, I've seen the inversion tables. They are interesting. What's one thing about collecting that was better than versus now? I mean, other than prices, because that's so obvious. I kind of miss when game collecting felt like a high school clique, right? Where like it almost felt like an exclusive little club where you were, you know, people were looked at as like the nerdy people. Now it's just like some kind of mass market. It's been taken over by like the mainstream. When video games became like the equivalent of Hollywood, I think that's what I miss about games, is like when it was still just a little nerdy hobby. It's not really like that anymore. Oh, this looks pretty crazy. Nightmare Collection 2 Marine Filt? What the heck is that? Look at this cover. It almost looks like it's AI generated on the FM Towns. But no, that is real artwork. This looks cool. It's a disc game. It's gotta be pretty rare. I've never seen this, and I used to look at Marty games a lot when I got one. Well, there's a lot of YouTubers that used to have very small channels that were, you know, the type of channels where like we used to do video responses, where you would upload a video and you would ask other YouTubers to reply, and then their video would actually be uploaded as a reply underneath your video. It was so cool. YouTube got rid of that feature, which was one of the best features. I don't know why they ever did away with it. I guess to them, not enough people used it. But I definitely miss those days, because that actually made it feel like a community. Also, I miss being able to go to someone's YouTube channel and leave comments on their channel. It was almost like a little message board where you can leave comments. YouTube gets rid of all the cool stuff you can do. I guess they've kind of brought it back with the community section, with like when a channel makes a post, but then you have to wait for them to make a post to reply. What's my favorite soundtrack? I said Sonic R. Every song is a masterpiece on Sonic R. You should have screenshotted it, Wargly. That sounds like it would have been fun to look at. No, I don't have that rapid fire. Hello, Aldrich. I'm doing alright, thank you. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Heaven. One of my favorite channels is not gaming related, but it's someone that makes Pokemon content, but he reminds me so much of like old school YouTube. Like half-an-hour videos of just talking when he should be showing the cards and should be showing like things that people would expect, but he's just like, nah. If he's got to show something, just flip it around and show it to the camera. It's one of my favorite channels. Pokemon channels are super highly edited. I can only stomach so much edited trading card content. Yeah, I dabble in some of them sometimes for the energy, but usually I like the more low-key kind of ASMR style card videos. The Uncharted trilogy. Man, I used to love Uncharted back on the PS3. Uncharted 4 was good too. But I do feel like my love for the series has waned over the years. I used to be... Like, I still like Uncharted, but I'm not, like, obsessed with it like I used to be. Have you ever played Gundam SD PS2 game? Yep. Yeah, I streamed that one last year, I think. It was okay. It was a little simple, a little overly easy, and a little too repetitive for my tastes. It actually played like a mobile game before mobile games like that were really a thing. It was okay. I played it for like an hour or two. I have no interest in anything Magic the Gathering Aldrich. Yeah, unfortunately. Kind of hoping Sonic does something with physical cards that are not Magic the Gathering at some point. That is a... Look at this Goomba. I'm looking at this, I'm like, what is going on with that? It's like a hand puppet or something? No, it's just really floppy? Nah, that's gotta be a puppet. Come on now. With his butt sagging like that? Come on, that's definitely... Yeah, it's a puppet. Okay, I was gonna say. I was wondering why the mouth was like that. Gundam anime. I watched Gundam Wing back in high school and 8th MS Team, and that's about the extent of it. I loved them back then, but I haven't really watched Gundam recently. Is Ephemeral Fantasia as mid as they say? I'm a huge fan of Ephemeral Fantasia. Probably one of the biggest fans out there. Because I'm one of only 3 people on planet Earth that did the speedrun for the game, so I had to become intimately familiar with it in order to beat that game in one sitting. I think it is very underrated and ambitious. You need to remember one thing about Ephemeral Fantasia. It is the first turn-based game to release on the PS2. And I think that also includes Japan. But at least in the US, first ever turn-based, traditional turn-based to release on PS2. Now, with that in mind, when you do play the game, I want you to pay very close attention to how huge and open and ambitious the day-night time thing is, and how big the opening city is. It's huge. Tons of characters going about their business, tons of shops, tons of NPCs. It's big. So just keep that in mind as you play it. If you want to see me play through the game, if you ever get stuck, by the way, in Ephemeral Fantasia, very easy to get stuck. I would encourage you to use a guide if you have to, but you could always reference my playthrough. It's on YouTube. It takes me about 8 hours or so to get through the game. You could just kind of like find where you're at in my video, and you watch me, you'll be able to know what to do. Because I go through the game as optimally as I can. Just search my name in Ephemeral Fantasia, you'll find it. That's a really nice mug. That is cool. Mm-hmm. The only Soccer Wars game I've played is, the one on Wii. Forget the subtitle of it. I don't really remember what I thought about the game. I remember liking it, but that's about all I can remember. I haven't touched it since it came out. So Long My Love, yeah, So Long My Love, that was it. Panini Sonic Classic? Is that something new? Is it actually a trading card game? Like a real trading card game. Not one of those like simplified ones. I ever accidentally bought a fake Pokemon card. Not that I'm aware of, no. Back in the day when I used to go to flea markets when I was younger, though, tons of booths there were selling fake Pokemon cards during the boom when it first came out. They were very noticeable back then, though. PlayAsia. I used to buy a lot of games from PlayAsia back in the day. It's been a very long time since I bought from them, though, honestly. Yeah, you can link it. Let me see. Panini. Sonic Panini. Wait, are these just... Oh, it's not a game. It looks like it's a trading card. Like, just trading cards? Oh, yeah, okay. That's neat, though. I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, TCG. You made me think you're able to play it. I wonder if they have, like, variants, foil variants. Let's see. Rainbow glow-in-the-dark Fresnel lens, as well as 5 limited edition cards in the collection. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I might have to check one of those out sometime. Thank you for the heads up. Damn, that is a blast from the past for sure. So here's what my YouTube channel somewhat looked like back in January 2009. It may be missing something on here because sometimes images get broken, but yeah, here you go. Oh, that's right. You used to be able to add friends. My room tour had 10,000 views. Oh yeah, back when I used to actually keep up with playlists, wow. At this point I had 63 videos uploaded in January 2009, that's a lot. Apparently I used to use this image as my profile. I really don't remember that, but I guess I did. My style was vlogging. Vlogging. Wait, they used to have a stat that said how many videos you've watched? For real? Like how many videos I watched? That's something. Oh my god. I kinda remember doing this. That's insane. Look at this. It's like a freaking MySpace, whatchamacallit, like vlog. I used to update when I put up new videos. A review for Lord of the Rings Conquest is now up. Being a big Lord of the Rings fan, find out what my final verdict is on the latest in the franchise. Spoilers, I really liked it. My new game system has arrived. Be sure to check out episode 7 of games I bought recently. Huh. It was probably the Vectrix. I do not do sub for sub. And do not ask me to sub to you. This was a big thing back in the day. Like, sub for sub was so annoying. I used to hate that. When sending PMs, please try not to send me 10 messages a day. Yeah, people used to send... They used to spam messages too, back when you used to be able to send messages. Look at... Oh my god. I used to put quotes from my viewers that would leave me nice messages on here. That was so nice of me. You can start your own game. Let's see if any of you are on here. Lord Sekium, kill with a bunch of numbers. MySpace Duracell, makes sense for the time. KX Rider 27. Will Bob 521. The Pop 101. J Martin Tube. Pineapple Breaks. Halo Freak 654. Mario Lover 555. Happy Console Gamer. Wow, Pete, nice collection. Great to see it. I look forward to your future videos. Oh, wow. What a nice guy. Wow, you're seriously amazing. Rockin' 712. Flameboy 6020. ERG Video Games 54. Tobacco Row. Ryan 360i. Buffalo 27. Which ended up being a legendary YouTuber back then as well. And Trizzle 53. Man, look at how cool YouTube used to be. Look at all these features on here. This is crazy. This is back when you used to be able to leave star ratings for videos. So, like, you can see what people would rate my video out of 5 stars. People apparently did not like my best exclusive Xbox 360 Game of the Year video because they were probably all Sony ponies, let's admit it. Where are they at? Where are the Sony ponies at? They were jealous. We love the Sony ponies. And the Xbots. Look at this. Yes, they used to keep track. Now, these are channels that no longer exist. See, people used to give shoutouts back then. People would literally make a video that just shouted you out and said, man, we love your channel. I remember this one. It was like 2 kids going crazy. Digital Sunset. Yeah, he was a big YouTuber back then. Magus X1 still around. Jimmy, lots of games. Shouting me out for reaching 1,000 subscribers. Such a great community back then. I favorited the giant enemy crab video for Massive Damage because of course I would in 2009. Left for Bed and FOE, which I still use as one of my resub notifications to this day. And they used to publicly show your subscribers. And your friends. Look at that picture. Oh, look, here's the comments I was telling you guys about. Yeah. You used to be able to leave comments on people's channels. Look at that. Do I have a GameCube? And if you do, can you make a video about your collection? Oh, duh, you do. LOL. Yep, 2009 YouTube at its best. And then they would see, like, I'd go and message them, and then they'd reply right on a comment. I hope you upload a vid soon, Pete. I get the shakes, or I got the shakes. Yep. People were addicted to their retro game videos back then. We need some new videos. I'm like an addict waiting for the next hit. Wonder where he's at today. Do I like AC/DC? Do you try and buy every game for all your systems, or you just buy ones that you like? And I used to take the time to reply to these people. I'd go to their channel and I'd reply on their channel. Al Killer is addicted to my videos. Am I going to continue the 2008 awards? I definitely did. Yeah, Obelisk, that's an old school view. I remember them. I was wondering if you still plan on doing a multi-platform game of the year. I'm interested in your views on the many great games we saw this year. I think I gave that to Mirror's Edge, if I remember right, for game of the year for multi-platform. I think. I don't remember what I gave it to. Here's some of my old school subscriptions. I was subscribed to 12 people at the time. Oh yeah, I forgot about that channel, Far From Subtle. 412 Caramel was the first person to ever subscribe to me. And this guy, wow, I forgot about that guy. He was like one of the original sort of like AGN knockoff people, AVGN. And then recent activity, I played some Bomberman Live for the first time in about 9 months. Oh, I thought I wrote it in like third person. I'm looking at that. I'm like, that's really weird. I uploaded Lord of the Rings, I uploaded games I bought recently, and I uploaded my impressions of Moon on the DS. And I apparently had one ring to rule them all. I guess that's when Lord of the Rings came out. So yeah, that's what old school YouTube looked like. Quite something. I'm definitely gonna save that. That's a cool page. So thank you for the link for that. It's like in my mind, I never went to the Wayback Machine to look at that, but like in my mind, I always remembered what old school YouTube looked like. I just hadn't really looked. Only 12. Well, that was like literally the start of retro game videos on YouTube. There weren't a lot of retro game channels to subscribe to back then. You gotta remember that. Yeah, people they're just out there, bare feet and all, everywhere. Well, at least their feet seem better kept than some people in here. Mirror's Edge, yeah, I was a big fan of Mirror's Edge back then. I would tell everybody to play that game. I was super into it. And a lot of people back then definitely used my videos for recommendations, because for some people my taste in games really clicked with them, and there were not a lot of channels on YouTube to watch for that kind of stuff. So like if they found that I really played the same stuff they did, they would watch every single one of my videos to hear what I'm playing. Now, of course, I mean, there's so many channels. It's like you can definitely find many channels similar in taste. But back then, you know, a lot of people were just like dedicated to certain channels. I always wanted to try this game. It's on Steam or GOG. Turn-based RPG. It looks like it's something that should have been ported to PS1. Monolith. Septura Core. Looks super 90s. Look at the character designs. Top 10 of 2025. Problem with top 10 videos is a lot of people expect you to have played certain games, and games that I may not have interest in. So these days I usually just like to do games that, you know, not necessarily a top 10, but just games I really enjoyed for the year. Because a lot of new games that I would want to play, like I may not get around to them for a year. I don't want to feel forced to have to play everything that is top 10 worthy. That gets very expensive with games now. Games are so expensive. Looking at other categories for misspelled stuff. I mean, you could. I haven't done misspelled search stuff in a while. Mostly because a lot of times it's kind of a waste of time. If you're really digging. Usually though, for my streams, I just stick to the tried and true. Lot, CIB, rare, and then specific consoles. Ooh, wow. Fatal Inertia has fallen big time in price. People wanted like almost $200 for a complete in-box copy of this during the 360 apocalypse. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Video Gamer. I just saw it. Thank you for the 395 watch streak. Crazy as always. I still get it, Heaven. We're approaching the 15th anniversary of No Room Tour, so that's going to be a fun day. We'll have to celebrate. Yeah, in like another year or two. Something like that. Alright, let's do affiliate review. This review is between July 8th and July 14th, so thank you to everybody that used the affiliate links between those dates. Once again, if you want your stuff to show up on affiliate reviews every Saturday, if you're on YouTube, just click my eBay affiliate link. It's in the description of every stream and video I upload. Twitch, I think you guys know already, but you just type in exclamation eBay to get the link, or click any of the links I post in chat during eBay streams. Or just check the About section on the stream. So would not be an affiliate review without starting off with vintage Pentel pencils and erasers. Gotta check it out. Pencil person is always supplying the goods. Got a pencil collector out there. Wow, that's a lot. Look at that. We're here collecting games. You can look how many pencils you can get for 19 bucks plus shipping. Look at that. I think we're in the wrong hobby. Look at that. That's a lot. Yeah, they're becoming the pencil refill collectors is definitely becoming known. Thick game box protectors for the NES. I take it those are probably the same ones I have. Sega Master System HD console and 50 games tested in working great condition. $822. Oh boy. Let's see what we got here. It's a big collection. They look pretty nice from a first glance. Looks like a great little starter lot. Not sure if who bought this already had one. Every game mostly shown to be working. It's hard for me to zoom in, unfortunately, towards the right. Like, my zoom gets messed up. I can't go further than that. Looks like a nice collection. That's a Mega SG with adapter. Yeah, I think the person definitely doesn't mind getting a Mega SG with an adapter, though. If anything, That's definitely preferred. Master System was yours. Nice. Did you pick it up because you saw that Mega SG in there? I still have CRTs, but I don't have the room to have them in here with all my streaming set up. But hopefully that'll change at some point. The Witch 4K Ultra HD, 51 bucks. The movie's alright. It was a decent first watch. I think I watched it 2 times. Probably never again, but it's good. Usually I don't like this kind of movies, but that one's alright. King of Fighters R2 Neo Geo Pocket Color, very nice. Still pretty cheap too. Look at that, a box copy, only 60 bucks. Oh, Japanese copy. Man, Neo Geo Pocket Color games just look so good still. The sprite work in these. Biomotor Unitron also for the Neo Geo Pocket Color Japan. That one might be a little harder to play, but doable. Apocalyptico. Apocalypto? Yeah, I've seen that. That's a great movie. I've seen it several times. Fatal Fury 3 for the AES. Someone's been picking up AES games. I think it's the second one. Slim pickings out there for somewhat affordable Neo Geo Pocket or Neo Geo AES games. Hey, thanks so much, Drew. Thank you for the $5 super chat. What's the best casual way to upscale PS2? You do Xbox Series X in dev mode, but you dream of a CRT setup. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm not an expert when it comes to upscaling, but I'll tell you exactly what I use. And let me tell you, the amount of comments that I have gotten over the years, because I've been using this setup for years, everybody thinks I emulate PS2 because my picture quality is so good. It's not going to be what you expect it to be. But you need to get yourself an official, and this won't break the bank, get yourself an official S-video cable for PlayStation 2. And then there's a brand that I use. I don't know if I have it here offhand. No. But I have a brand called Orei, O-R-E-I. Type it out in chat. Get a S-video to HDMI converter from Orei. Unfortunately, the one that I use is discontinued, but you should easily be able to find it on Amazon or eBay or something. Just look for the ones that convert S-video to HDMI. And then use that, and I'm telling you, PS2, and people on Twitch can attest to it. My PS2 streams look crisp. Everybody thinks I emulate because it's just that clear. S-video is so underrated for PS2. But that adapter specifically is important. I don't know what it is about it. But other adapters will output a little fuzzy. They'll look a little weird, but that one is like just super sharp with the PS2. I've never gotten a comment that was like, oh, this is not good quality. It was, people always like my PS2 quality. Yeah, and the nice thing is you don't got to spend a lot of money on some kind of crazy upscaler if you're specifically looking to do it with PS2. Yeah, I'm sure, yeah, because I'm sure now they have HDMI adapters for PS2. Back when I did the S-video, they didn't really exist for PS2, or at least good ones. Now there might be better alternatives, but those things are going to run you probably $100+. But an S-video cable and an Orei adapter, probably not too much. But Orei, a lot of them are kind of out of print, so I don't know what they're going for now. Let me see if they're actually on eBay. Not that. These are definitely like newer models, but you know, something like this from this brand. That's not the specific one I have, but that'll do. You got to check Amazon, look around, just look for what anything S-Video to HDMI from this Ore company, but make sure it's Ore. Some of these don't look like they're Ore. There it is, something like that. That's a splitter though. It'll look like this, but it'll be S-Video to HDMI. Is that it? That's a splitter. Like I said, they've been out of print for several years, so not seeing it on here. I bought a backup one because my first one was starting to crap the bed. Trying to see. If I had the one I use handy, I'd show it to you, but I don't. Even though they probably have updated models that essentially do the same thing. Damn, is it really just that hard to get? I'm not seeing my specific one. But it'll look like that, right? That's actually kind of what it looks like, but it's S-Video to HDMI. So, just look for that brand. It's a good brand. I was using it for a long time. If you have something like a retro tank, yeah, it's not going to matter. That's just more of a budget alternative that also just looks really nice. If you like the way my PS2 streams look, that's what I use. Or any retro consoles where I need to convert S-Video, but that's usually just PS2. Or actually I use it for composite as well, but that's usually a little more rare. Where were we? Guyver Bio Booster Armor Collection DVD. A lot of movies this week. Volume 1 and 2. No, you believe me, a retro tank would be amazing to have. But no, you can. I'm telling you, do not underestimate S-Video. So if your option is only to play on an HD TV, I really wish I could find you the exact one I have. Let me check Amazon real quick. Or a S-Video to HDMI. Is that it? It looks like what it is, they have newer models out now that do 4K. Oh, wait, is this it? No. Mine's been out of print for so long, I just can't find it. But look into Ore. I trust them because everything I've used from them in the past has been great. For PS2. Mad Catz Dual Force 2 Pro Wired Controller for the PS2. Metroid Prime Pinball for the DS. Wow, that's gotten expensive. $110 for that. Mad Catz is you. Out of all the purchases you made, that was the cheapest. Well, at least something made it on here checking. Maybe the other ones will show up in the next review. Let's see here. Tama Stagemaster Boom Cymbal Stand, 35 bucks. Totoko Hamtaro Kushikun. Some kind of plush toy we're gonna look at. Some kind of Hamtaro toy. Oh god, this reminds me of my Toreba streams. Those were the days. Back when Toreba was winnable, and I used to spend 10 hours farming plushes on stream. Miss those days. Now it's just a bunch of boring crap. It's like everything is just like a box instead of the plush. Wait, let me see. Do they still have a... They still have a website. Site not found. Okay, interesting. Toreba. Such a scam now. It's unbelievable. It's really not the same as it used to. Download. Is there no website to play online anymore? Are you serious? Is there no US site anymore for Toreba? Alright, let's look. What do we got? Alright, Yoshi plush. It's either going to be the plush or it's going to be some generic plush or a box. Let's see what we got. What did I tell you? How the mighty have fallen. You ain't even trying to lift you. Here's some person going for it right now. Let's see if they get it. Are they going for B? Oh, they're going for B. This is someone playing this crane game in real time. Oh no, they're going for A. Playing in real time. It's costing them 1,800 TP per play. I don't know what that converts to. Probably something like $2 or $3. So I used, for the people on YouTube that aren't aware, and even Twitch, I used to, when Toreba was at its peak and prime, like 8 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever it was, I used to do like marathon streams of this website, like 8 to 10 hours at a time, playing it. But that's when it wasn't as expensive to play, things were winnable, and the things you were trying to win were actually the things you were trying to catch, so it was like way more fun. Oh god, I miss those streams. Don't worry, I archive them. I have them saved on like my PC or wherever the hell I saved them. Some of them, not all of them, but I have some of the Toreba streams saved for whenever I release them. Oh, it's hard. Yeah, so every time this person tries to push that ball off the rods, it's costing them a couple bucks. See, but back when I was doing it, Jerby, Toreba was winnable. Like, you can win. I used to, like, I was so good at it. I could see, you guys saw the streams, where I used to, like, see the crane game and, like, I would farm it. 1 or 2 tries. One after the, I just keep winning and winning and winning. There were too many people like me that were doing that were, like, I wouldn't say gaming the system, but too skilled at it. So they changed it up, and now it's a bunch of crap. Like, look at what you're dealing with now. Looks like they gave up. Have I beaten Dragon's Lair? No. You got any Sonic in here? Any Kirby? Usually there's Kirby stuff. The stuff they have in here now, too, is like, it pales in comparison to what you used to play for. But yeah, you play remotely, so there's input lag. Usually there's about a half a second delay about. So like it took a lot of skill to like stop it when you wanted to. And now they apparently make you pay for shipping. When back then you would get free shipping. There's Kirby. How do you tell if somebody's playing something? I wanna watch somebody play something. But yeah, I think this means somebody's playing. Let's see. See what I mean? You're not even playing for the plush anymore. It's literally a piece of paper or whatever that is. Like, it's so dumb. They took all the fun out of it. Yeah, I'm really glad that I farmed it back in the day when it was fun. I still got a bag or a box filled with like random shit from my streams. But I don't regret it. This was a blast when you actually used to be able to win stuff for cheap. And the quality of things too has certainly not improved. Tamagotchi stuff. But is it really fun when you're trying to play for something that isn't the actual toy you're trying to win? No. They rig these. That's why they don't use the actual toy, because it's harder for them to predict how people will win it. So they do this with like random other things. Wow, there's like nobody using the website. It used to be very active. Or does this mean it's out of stock? Oh, wait, there they go. There they go. I used to play Metal Gear Solid music when people did these. Alright, let's see. What's the strat? Lift it from the front, pull it. Yeah, they got the strat down. But see, it's caught on that thing in the back. It lifted, but whatever that green thing is that it's resting on, it's like preventing it from moving. It's so rigged. So I think this here is how many people are like, you can't see it, but there's a queue that shows how many people are watching and how many people are waiting in line to play it. So you got like the vultures that'll swoop in and try and win it if you abandon it. Yeah, the poles are wrapped in a clear rubber that probably has an adhesive on it that prevents it from moving. Like, that thing ain't going nowhere. I think the method that they need to use here is, instead of going dead center, they need to like go far left or far right and try and like tug it in one direction and loosen it up. I used to do Toreba commentary streams where I would like commentate like you're watching a freaking wrestling game or something. People trying to win stuff. We watched this one guy, and you can tell it's the same person because you can tell when they leave the queue to play. There was this one guy that blew like $200 trying to win like a teddy bear. Never forget him. And he gave up, by the way. He didn't win it. He gave up, and then someone else came in and like won it in a few plays. Never give up. Toreba streams, it's just, I don't know. It just feels so bad because every play is pretty expensive. It just feels like you're literally throwing money away. But it's good entertainment for people to watch, but it's very volatile now. Anyway, thank you to the person that inspired that. What was it? We were looking at a Hamtaro plush. Yeah, but there's nothing to commentate on Toreba anymore, watching other people. They're literally trying to win pieces of paper and plastic balls. Like, it's just so boring. It's way better when they're actually trying to win the thing itself. Let's see. Lemmings PC Big Box. That's nice and cheap. Yeah, round one, I've been there. I haven't been there in a long time because the last time I went there, I got super sick afterwards. Oh, it's a Signosis box. Nice. 20 bucks. Pretty good. Round one can also be really bad. It depends how they have the machines programs. A lot of times the employees help out people. Like, they'll move the plushes around to make them way easier to win. But if you have employees that don't care, then it's going to be hard to win. Yeah, I went to round one and I also won a couple of Pac-Man plushes. I guess all of them have that one. Let's see here. 360 game lot of 15. Let's see what's in there. Good or lucky. What, Toreba? No, I was actually very skilled at Toreba. People remember my streams. Back when it was fair. Oh, I think I linked this one. Yeah, this was a good lot. I'm glad one of you got it. Free shipping $55, by the way. You get Divinity 2, Ego Draconis, great game. Stranglehold, which is also not the cheapest anymore. Alienware, Alan Wake, Duke Nukem, Dark Sector, Sacred 2, big highlight here. Yeah, that was a great lot. Norg says not worth it. Nah, that's a great lot. There's some good games in here. Especially Divinity 2 and Sacred 2. Quest for Glory 3, Wages of War, MS-DOS, Sierra Big Box, 40 bucks. A lot of big box games lately. Battle Chess, IBM Tandy. Yeah, someone's picking up some PC stuff. It's always nice to see. Some variety. Well, a lot of the common stuff probably has ports, but there's a lot of obscure stuff in there that's locked to the 360. Like the ones I mentioned, it's Divinity 2 and Sacred 2. I used to play chess a long time ago when I was younger. I wasn't too bad at it, but I never kept up with it. Now I like practically forget how to even play it. Don't put it down. Anyway, that was a fun affiliate. Thank you to everybody that used the link and had stuff track. Isn't Sacred 2 on PC? That Sacred 2? There's a PC version. Yeah, but nothing wrong with Xbox 360 versions. Runs just fine. I think it's actually backwards compatible too with the Series X, which is nice. And it still works online. I think you can still play that online co-op. Live shopping on eBay. Tune in to card breaks. Style inspo and more. So it's pretty much like, whatchamacallit, whatnot. They're really trying to push this, huh? Who wouldn't join the stream where someone has a kangaroo fishing? Will she pull the Charizard? No, she won't, because the box is already searched. Be very cautious with these live stream things. Not just even with cards, but especially with cards. Stuff tends to be extremely overpriced. You're paying more for the experience than the actual value. Alright, let's see what's been selling lately. So I have played Majin in the Forsaken Kingdom. I really liked it for the first half an hour or so. But it started getting a little too puzzly for my taste. It really wasn't what I was looking for. So I ended up stopping that one. Like an hour and a half, 2 hours in. Wasn't really for me. Too much puzzle stuff. Yeah, too puzzly. Do I want to go to Universal Epic Universe? I definitely would like to go there. Yes, especially to see the Mario World thing. And they have the Universal Monster area. I haven't been to Universal in quite a bit. I like Universal. They're really stepping up their game. For sure. And Universal feels, you know, even if you were to go there by yourself, I haven't been there by myself, but Universal's the kind of place, even if you go there by yourself, it's definitely way less awkward than, say, going to Disney World by yourself. But now that's it's a little awkward. Yeah, the last time I was at Universal in Florida, it was, yeah, there was nothing new. They still had the Simpsons ride. I remember that. I don't know if it's still there, but there was no new projects, no nothing. The most exciting thing you can do there was like Harry Potter World and ride the Hulk or something. That was about it. There was a lot of outdated stuff there. But I think if you're going there, you're probably best off waiting a bit for the hype to calm down with all the new stuff, because it's probably going to be really busy. This is not the same Divinity, by the way. When I was talking about Divinity 2, this is not the same Divinity. It's not part of this, for those wondering. It's a third-person action jank Euro RPG. I think a lot of people would go to Disney World by themselves. But it's certainly a little awkward. For sure. Depending on what you do there. That's for certain. Oh, I've been when I went to TwitchCon in San Diego. I went to whatchamacallit. It was like a what was the name of the park? It was like a water park, but it had roller coasters and stuff. I went there by myself because I was there by myself. And that was fun. I gotta say, having people not holding you back from riding what you want to ride and doing what you want to do at your own pace at a theme park, it can be a pretty fun experience. SeaWorld, it might have been SeaWorld. Yeah, it might have been SeaWorld. They had roller coasters and stuff there, right? Yeah. It can be fun. What did I think of Prince of Persia 2008? I think I might have reviewed that game back on YouTube. But I used to really like that game. I loved the graphics. I actually liked the dumbed down combat too. I remember that game got a lot of poor reviews because the combat was very simplistic. I think if I went back and revisited that Prince of Persia, I'd really like it even more now. Because that game is exactly kind of what I want from action games now. Yes, lots of wall running. Wall running before it was super overused. Give me like 2 minutes. I still actually have that box of Factor food up in here. Not that I don't trust those ice bags to keep it cold, but they were like already pretty thawed when I opened the box to show you guys. So I'm gonna just get that out of here real quick and get it in the fridge just to be safe. Give me 2 minutes. Be right back. for waiting. I'm not too familiar with Prince of Persia game prices. Yeah, I don't really keep up with that. This is pretty uncommon. I've seen people pay a bit for this. It's like a slipcase, I think. Sith edition. I've still never played Force Unleashed. Oh no, this is Steelbook. Yeah, this was big money during the 360 marketplace closure. I'll be honest, like one of the reasons I never played it either was like I didn't want to play as Sith back then in Star Wars games. I just wanted to play as just a Jedi. But like, I don't know, it's just something about that game when it came out. Everybody was going crazy over it. I don't know, I just wasn't into that in the Star Wars universe at the time. I don't know what it was. It just looked a little too edgy for me. Like teenage angst, like break out the emo rock music kind of Star Wars game. But I hear it's pretty good. I'd probably really like it now. Now, obviously, I don't give a crap, but back then I just wasn't feeling it. – 2008 was definitely a pretty edgy year for games, yes. The Gungan Frontier. I don't think I've ever seen this box before. I'm all about that episode 1 now. Create your own Star Wars world with fantastic 3D creatures? Really? Wait, what the hell kind of game is this? Your creatures will work on an appetite during your spaceflight once something. What the hell kind of game is this? It's like Spore? Sonic Spinball? Nah, I never beat that. Too difficult. Well, KOTOR is like the obvious answer for probably the best Star Wars game out there. But for not including that, based on what I play now, like including when I revisit games and see what I think of them, Super Bombad Racing, super fun. Phantom Menace is also really criminally underrated. That game is a lot of fun. Difficult though. You know, I have vague memories of playing Battlefront, but Battlefront, I had a hard time getting into Battlefront because I was fresh off of playing SOCOM, and the controls and aiming in Battlefront were crap compared to SOCOM. So I compared everything to SOCOM back then. So I never really got into Battlefront as much as I should have. So of course, yeah, I like the worst games the best. Do I like Yokai Watch? I tried to get into the first one. I struggled to get into it. But I feel like it's a series I need to revisit to really know. I might actually really like it now, but when it came out, I was pretty disappointed by it. I couldn't get into it. I even went to the signing event for that, where Akihiro Hino, the producer for Level 5, was like in the US for probably the only time ever signing copies of Yokai Watch, but he was also signing other stuff. Personally, I went there just to have him sign my copy of Dark Cloud and Ni no Kuni. I didn't give a crap about Yokai Watch, but, you know, it was a Yokai Watch event, so... Oh, thanks, Chrono. Chrono with the sub-gift to Trekkie. Chrono flexing that beautiful sub-gift badge. That is a cool-looking one, with the white and the bluish teal-looking bow. I think you're the only one with that badge. Wow. Pretty cheap for Lost Kingdoms. Great game. Really great game. Super under-talked about. You don't really hear too many people talking about Lost Kingdoms. I got really frustrated with the end boss of that game, though. But otherwise, the rest of the game was great. Gotta track my steps. I will be soon, yeah. I don't really care how many steps I take, I just care about how long I walk each day. It's Lost Kingdom, a card game. It incorporates cards, but it's an action game at the end of the day. You move around freely, your monsters move around and attack, but essentially you have a deck of cards. Depending on what cards you draw determines what monsters you can summon at any given time. It's really cool. It's not like a traditional card game. It's pretty much an action RPG with... Essentially, think of Lost Kingdoms as being really ahead of its time. All those games that you see coming out today that use like a card system, where that is an action game of some type, where you're like collecting and drawing cards to determine what you can do. That's what Lost Kingdom is. So ahead of its time. Wow, that's really cheap for Trinity Souls of Zilol. That was going for a ton of money during the PSN shutdown. And even before that, this game was definitely like in the $40 range. That's a great price for that, $20. Any good deals for GameCube games? Probably not, but we can take a look. GameCube is one of the hardest ones to find good deals for. They get bought within like a minute. Is Blue Reflection good for Persona fans? I would highly recommend Blue Reflection if you're into the Persona formula. I used to do speedruns, or attempt to do speedruns for that game. Essentially, if you like the school system of Persona, it's more so the school system, right? So like you have the school with the day-to-day activities and then like the friendships you can, social links. And the characters are very likable. I really like the character arcs. It's got a nice little heartfelt story to it. The combat is really on the easy side though. Like super easy to a fault. So you got to be able to... The combat is nowhere near as in-depth as Persona. It's not going to have the complexities of Personas themselves. It's a very simple turn-based RPG. No bells and whistles. But it has an amazing soundtrack, one of the best battle themes for an RPG. So I do recommend it if a more simplistic Persona style school experience is what you're looking for. Yeah, Blue Reflection used to be pretty expensive, but then it got reprinted, so now it's not as bad to take a risk on. I have never played the original Fallout games, nope. Just started with 3. Like most of us casuals with the Fallout series. I think most people started there, honestly, if you're a console gamer. Eternal Darkness t-shirt. Any big Eternal Darkness fans here? Big enough to spend $100 on a shirt? Insanity, you'll learn to live with it. That's what it says. Do you hear the voices? People are gonna think you're crazy wearing this shirt. It's probably not a bad price though for a probably pretty rare shirt. I miss the days on eBay. You used to be able to get vintage gaming shirts like that all the time for like 20 bucks. Nobody really cared about vintage shirts back then. Really dirt cheap. Now you get a vintage shirt of anything. It could have the worst boring logo on it and people want 100 bucks for it at least. Vintage band shirts are decomposing. Honestly, some people want decomposing vintage shirts. They might actually be worth more money. Don't throw those out. There's definitely people out there that'll buy them. Some people prefer that natural worn look on that stuff. I'm not one of them, but some people do. I don't know too much about Amazing Spider-Man 2, but I would imagine that's probably the last physical version that got released for it, right? So, there's the thing about Spider-Man is, if it's even relatively uncommon, because don't forget, that's probably around the time where physical versions of games may not have been getting as many print runs. Higher, bigger print runs. They were really pushing for digital sales. So even if that Spider-Man game is just somewhat uncommon, there's enough Spider-Man fans out there that would drive the price up on that easily. Because it's not just game collectors, but also Spider-Man collectors that would want it. No disc on Lost Kingdom. Man, there was a very brief period where I got super fascinated by like vintage t-shirt collectors, and I was like watching a lot of videos and everything, and they tell you what to look for. You think game collectors are like ravenous when it comes to the price and value and just like the collectability of their collection? Shirt collectors are like a whole different planet. They're out there like wheeling and dealing in the back of a parking lot where they pull up with their bins full of like vintage shirts and they're like going through them. And because you got the thing with shirt collectors, resellers sell to resellers. So like a lot of times I think what they do is when the resellers can't really move their shirts, they'll use them as like trade fodder to give to another reseller. Like it's just crazy. They really take it serious with them shirts. Don't underestimate it. Definitely a fascinating hobby, because the way, like, okay, so let's say you buy a shirt that's $1,000, and yes, there's tons of $1,000 t-shirts out there. The vintage ones. What do you do with it? You ain't wearing that thing, right? $1,000? Get the hell out of here. So what, you gonna like display it in the closet? What do you do with it? That's what I was so curious about. Or maybe they do wear it. Maybe they don't care. But I sure as hell wouldn't be wearing it. Some people frame them, but how many, like, there's only so much room you'd have for frames for a vintage shirt collection, right? Like, these people have hundreds. You ain't framing 100 shirts. So, when it comes to t-shirts, I think it's universally agreed upon that if it's a single stitch shirt, then it's vintage. Anything after single stitch is definitely less coveted. And by single stitch, it just means if you look at the sleeve of your shirt, like if you're wearing a shirt right now and it's new, you'll notice that the sleeve of it, you'll see 2 stitch lines. Vintage shirts are just a single stitch that holds it together. That's considered vintage. But there's a lot of fakes out there, so you gotta be careful. So if you, this is actually a PSA for those of you out there. If you have old vintage shirts, it doesn't matter if it has a logo on it, a decal, it doesn't matter what's on there. If you have old shirts that have a single stitch on it, let me see if I can find you an example. You might have like a gold mine. Single stitch vintage shirts. Right, so take this Darth Maul for example. Cool looking shirt. See if it's single stitch. Looks like it is. So you see this here, how it's just one stitch that goes along here, and then it'll be one stitch usually here, even though it's harder to tell there. But more so it's this. That's what you're looking for. Let's see what people buy. Just to show you like what people might pay for something. And it doesn't matter, you can thrift stores, if you see something with a single stitch sleeve like this, someone out there is going to pay you 20 bucks for it, 30 bucks. Some unexpected things out there. Right, even this, look at this. Look at the condition of that. 90s sun faded gradient shirt. Distressed. Someone paid like 40 bucks for this thing. Look at this. This is something that most normal human beings would throw in the trash, right? Look at that sleeve. Not on eBay. Look at that. So wake up, call your grandparents, call your parents, be like, listen, you know that really dirty paint-ridden shirt that you got in your garage in a garbage bag? You got a gold mine. Look at that thing. People pay money for this. I was just as blown away as you guys are, probably. Right, like, the first time I discovered that people are paying insane prices for stuff like that. These aren't even the crazy ones. Here you go. And these prices are real, by the way. This is really what people pay if it's a super rare shirt. Nirvana shirts tend to be very high up on there. But just to show you. Look at that Batman shirt. 1,000 bucks. But it's a really cool one. You'll be the coolest kid not in school anymore to wear that one. Actually, is that a kid's shirt? I think it is. Okay, that's definitely something someone bought for the collectible side of it. Or they're going to give it to their kid. Look at that, double-sided. Man, they don't make shirts like that anymore. There's vintage Sonic shirts, yeah. They're out there. It's hard to find adult sizes in them, though. Yeah, vintage rap shirts are also really big. $900 for a Ghost in the Shell t-shirt. So if you're ever in a thrift store and you see a t-shirt with a single stitch sleeve and it has a cool graphic on it. Doesn't matter what it is, just buy it. Take the chance, find out when you get home. How much are the Kingsfield games going for? For Kingsfield 1 on PS1, you know, depending on jewel case or long box, that's going to be anywhere probably between 100 200 depending on which version you get. Kingsfield 2 I think is about 80 to 100, but if it has the map, it's probably going to go for like double that because the map is pretty rare. It's my favorite console color. I'm very boring when it comes to console colors. I prefer my consoles to be as boring and monochrome as possible. So if a console comes in black or gray, preferably, I'm getting it in that color. I don't like no bright flashy colors unless it's like the only option. Oh, I'm sure there's Sonic underwear out there for sure. New or old, they're out there. You save TMNT soccer shirts from your childhood. They're probably worth a good amount. Probably. Hello, Jeremy. You just like the look of the Series X over the PS5. I'm not a big fan of the way the PS5 looks. I'm also not the biggest fan of the Series X from a design perspective. Here's a nice moldy copy of this. Look at that. Swimming in that black mold in the bottom right corner. Started to disintegrate the paper down there. Either that or a rat was gnawing on it. Pick whichever lore you prefer. At that point, just throw the box out, sell it just disc only. Black GameCube or purple. So when it comes to that, that's another kind of peculiar thing. I prefer to go for consoles colors that are the sort of like face of the console. So with the GameCube and pretty much most of the marketing, purple is synonymous, or the indigo is synonymous with the GameCube. So I prefer the indigo purple GameCube because that is like the poster child of GameCube. The black one I always viewed as sort of like the additional console color that they stuck on for the hell of it at the end. So when it comes to GameCube, or any console, I go with whatever the initial advertised color is when they show the console off. I'm not a big fan of fancy looking consoles with like decals or multicolor or anything like that. The only time I kind of like it is N64 with the translucent bright, forget the line that they call it, but you know what I'm talking about. All the different colors from that. I don't own any of them, but I like them. Yeah, fantastic. Have I played Mega Man X Command Mission? Yes. I streamed it about 2 years ago for my PS2 roulette. I enjoyed it, but the combat was way too slow. The encounter rate was too high, the combat was too slow, and ultimately that's what killed the game for me. Otherwise, it was a great turn-based RPG. Yeah, nothing. Pretty much at this point, when you're on page 7 of GameCube, any good price for something is gone. So what you're looking at here is pretty much by market value for everything. It's just the way GameCube goes. .360 roulette. I'd say that's one of the more likely ones to be in the future. The only problem with that is I'd probably I'd probably have to do games that are either 360 not backwards compatible or only ones that are backwards compatible, because I wouldn't want to swap back and forth between consoles like that all the time. It's kind of a pain for the roulette. So maybe like 1 month would be one and then 1 month would be another. Let's see what that Panda Dragoon Xbox actually goes for. Or to Xbox console. Oops, somehow mistyped that. Is Von Doller? It sounds like some kind of villain. There it is. Way more expensive than it used to be. I remember the days when this was only a few $100s. It does look nice with that green light and the purple decals. I was never really in the console variants though. I would never collect them for, like, on purpose. Now, if I needed a certain region, like if I really wanted a Japanese Xbox, then maybe. But it's too expensive now. I also really like the Dead or Alive one. The translucent blue. This one. The Kasumi one. Check out that blue. On the console. It's a nice looking one. Did I ever play Star Fox Adventures? I actually have never played it. I remember avoiding it when it came out because opinions are very mixed on it. It just didn't really interest me. But actually I really think if I played it today, I'd probably really like it. I feel like I'd be one of those people that really like that game now. It's quite bad. Well, don't get me too excited. I love my bad games. The worse it is, the better. We'll see. I'll have to try it one day. I think the thing too that would hold me back from playing it now. Oh, it's an escort mission. Okay, yeah, then it's probably pretty terrible. I think the game is also supposed to be pretty long. I'm not really into super long games in that genre. Now here's a game that, if this is really what it's worth, kind of take you by surprise, right? NASCAR Dirt to Daytona, 20 bucks plus shipping. Looks like the kind of game you'd see in a bargain bin for $2 and pass on it. Yeah, look at that, $20. So here's one to keep an eye out for. You see this in a bargain bin at a game store, it's actually worth over 20 bucks. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe it's actually a good NASCAR game. It's considered one of the best NASCAR games. Do you know why? Like, why do they consider it one of the best? Does it do something in particular? a Hollywood video variant, Evolution of Skateboarding. I look forward to playing that game. I actually picked it up last year. Those Evolution games look so wacky. Is it possible to find deals anymore? Oh yeah, I mean, we find them on stream a lot. But if you're looking to find deals, you gotta be very dedicated, like really crazy deals. You gotta be dedicated to just a couple of different techniques, which usually means refreshing button buy it now newly listed over and over again, like constantly. Look at this, what a beautiful site that is. There's only one left. There's more than one. I've already got my SOCOM 2. Hitman games. It's pretty cool to see a Hollywood video choose your own game lot, though. Yeah, you gotta either just constantly refresh newly listed buy it now and then be faster than somebody else. That's where most of the deals are. It's just that there's so much competition that they disappear faster than ever. Or where the best deals are, auctions. You gotta be checking ending soonest auctions like every day, if that's what you're into. Auctions by far still have the best deals. You just gotta catch things that go under the radar that people aren't paying attention to. The thing is, today people want instant gratification. They don't want to be waiting for no auctions. So auctions really are where the best deals are. Other than that, you gotta be willing to lowball on best offer. And that's about it. Pretty much if something else has been up for sale for more than a day, yeah, it's most likely not an amazing deal. I mean, it's probably a fair deal, but not something that's like, jump out of your seat, buy it now kind of deal. Oh, thank you, Legend. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. It's my favorite console and games to play. Well, my favorite console these days is PS2. Followed closely by the PS1. They just happen to have some of my favorite games ever on both consoles. But I pretty much play all genres besides sports. But even sports, I dabble into if I'm forced to. But I'll only, like, I enjoy some of the older sports games, but newer stuff I don't touch. But RPGs and 3D platformers, and also janky, busted, terrible games are my favorite genres, if you want to call janky, busted, terrible games a genre. Drakengard, I've played Drakengard 1, really could not get into it, and that's about it. But I would like to give it another try. But yeah, the first time I attempted it, I could not get into it at all. The gameplay was just not fun. So an official PS3 S-video cable, people want $50 for it, but that's sealed. I'm sure if you find one of those open, it's a lot cheaper. I would not recommend S-video for PS3 though. Yeah, that you'd want to use HDMI. It's funny how the Australian copy of this has a different cover art. I guess it's just the North American one that has the more pale looking face. I actually think this one looks way worse. Yeah, see, here's ours. The pale green face. It looks so much more mysterious. Look at, okay, you tell me. Look at that one. And then look at that one. It's reflecting, the ring is reflecting onto his face. Yeah, it makes him look like he's green. But still, it looks way more From Software-esque. One of the most underrated PS2 games, by the way. If you are out there and you call yourself a From Software fan, yeah, all you people out there that say Elden Ring is your favorite game of all time, or Demon Souls, Dark Souls, I don't want to hear nothing if you still have not played Eternal Ring. Like, for real. Oozing that Souls-like atmosphere. I just don't recommend that you play the PS2 version. I actually would recommend the PS4 version. Reason being is the controls in the PS2 version are a little hard to handle. Unless you're okay with looking around with shoulder buttons. It's kind of archaic. If you play the PS4 PSN version, they remap the controls, and for good reason, to just allow you to look around with the joysticks like a normal game. Well, thank you, Will. I try. Try to make it entertaining. Kingsfield, the Ancient City. Amazing game. I'm so disappointed that it took me so long to play that game. Like, I absolutely love it. Has quickly become one of my new favorite PS2 games. So good. Coraline still commanding stupid amounts of money for who knows what reason. I'm just so fascinated by the price of this game, to be honest. It just looks like the kind of thing that should be like $5, right? $10. I don't get it. I don't care if it's rare or uncommon. Like, why is this? Like, I just so fascinated by this one. What is there, like a hidden underground cult of Coraline fans or something? Like, where are they at? Who the hell is buying this game for almost $300? Happy birthday, Noah. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, meet the Coraline collectors. I've never heard anybody here talk about that game. Like, no one's like, oh yeah, I'm really in the Coraline and I love the game. But like, where are they? Where are they at? Everybody I've heard from says the game is terrible. Boring. Heard the game came out before the movie, so sales are abysmal. Actually, yeah, you're right. A lot of times, sometimes the games would kind of come out right before the movie. They did that with Return of the King on PS2, where if you played the game, it would actually kind of spoil the movie a bit for you. Yeah, I don't know. Pokemon's in a really weird predicament with the scalpers. They even did those vending machines that were supposed to try and stop it, but that isn't doing anything. I think Pokemon's just kind of screwed. I'm not sure how they can put a stop to the scalpers, other than just moving a bulk of what they sell to their website and putting limits, but I don't know. That's a rough one. Planet of the Apes on PS1. Yeah, I don't think I've touched that one. Isn't that one that Angry Video Game Nerd did a video on a long time ago? I do love my terrible PS1 games. Yeah, I don't even bother with modern Pokemon cards. It's just too crazy. Not paying those prices and not dealing with the stress of actually trying to get your hands on it. And I've been going in the Targets and Walmarts now for like 2 years for other things, not to look for cards. And I do every time I look to see if they have anything. They have never had a single pack in 2 years. Like, how can you be in the modern Pokemon if that's what you're dealing with? There's no fun to be had with that. How much is Sonic 06? It's about $20 to $25, I think, these days. It went up a bit at one point, but it's come back down. $25 by average. It's an expensive soccer game. Winning 11-6, $22. I always try to pay attention to these weird, like, to me, some kind of sports game or just like that NASCAR game earlier. Anytime I see a game like that that's going for $20+, like that catches my attention. There's usually got to be a good reason why a game like that would be $20 on PS2. Usually it's mostly the scarcity of it. It's more on the uncommon side. Like this one here, I think is one too that can sometimes be like $15. World of Outlaws, 15 to 20. Yes, retail, yeah, employees hold cards for friends. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I would much rather just, like, collect card games that you don't have to deal with that kind of crap. As fun as it can be to walk into a store and buy it yourself. And then after you go through all that trouble and you spend all that money on the latest Pokemon set, you open it up and you open about, like, $3 of value in the cards that you get. That just ain't for me anymore when it comes to new card games. I'd much rather, like, take the money I'd spend on modern Pokemon and open something vintage, Pokemon or not. Because at least you know when you're opening that vintage pack, you're going to get old cards that might actually be worth more than $3. Valkyrie Profile. I've always been a really big fan of the first game and the PSP version, but I never really ventured too far outside of that. I never played the second game, and Covenant of the Plume I only dabbled in a little bit when it came out. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of the blend of platforming and the combat in that game, and just the general premise of the Valhalla stuff and the flow of the game. Very different. But the music is what really makes that series for me. Hello, Pixelly. I have not played new Pokemon Snap yet, no. It's on the list of Switch 1 games to play on Switch 2 for me, though. I still gotta buy it. I'm gonna wait and see what happens with Black Friday, maybe. Around then, perhaps, see if it goes on sale. Star Ocean. Kind of a similar story with me with Star Ocean. Though I've dabbled into the modern games a bit more. Second Story was probably the biggest one I got into when it came out on PS1. But there's still a lot of games in that series I haven't played. Or I've attempted to play, but they're like... Till the end of time, it's just such a... I remember trying to play that on PS2, but... It's just such a big, ambitious game. It's really hard for me to wrap myself up in a big commitment like that now, too. I've been wanting to go back and play Faithlessness and Integrity, or Integrity and Faithlessness. One of the most ridiculous titles for a game ever. Such a mouthful. Just because that game is shorter, you could beat it in like 20 hours. Great music, nice simple combat with a huge party. I like that kind of stuff. Game was pretty expensive. I don't know if the price come down. It seems like other people want that. Godzilla Unleashed. Maybe it was just the Godzilla hype that was driving it up around that time. It's supposed to be a pretty bad game though. Or maybe I'm thinking of the Wii version. The Wii version I think has a bunch of waggle. Am I enjoying Scarlet and Violet still? I definitely am. I'm nearing the end game. I've decided for some stupid reason to try and beat the Elite Four with my shiny team, but I'm not allowing myself to use any items at all during and between combat. So I'm literally right now trying to beat the Elite Four and the champion in one go. No healing, no reviving, no PP restoration from start to finish. So my first attempt, I made it to the 4th gym leader, and then I got killed. So I'll be streaming that next week and try again. I think I can do it. My team is pretty strong. Yeah, I've streamed Pokemon Pocket, if that's what you mean. I only did off-meta stuff as well. For a time, I was making a ton of content on my trading card game channel for Pokemon Pocket, like making deck tech videos with off-meta decks. That was actually pretty popular. My videos were getting like... Some of them were getting like 10,000 plus views on the decks I made. But, they were releasing stuff too quickly. I couldn't keep up with it. If their release schedule was slower, I probably would have stuck with it, but it was too much to keep up. Like, if you're making content in that game, you need all the cards. That's too crazy to try and get all the cards every time they release them. Too much money. Did Ultra Age go up? I don't think so. It's a pretty highly printed game. I think it's available on Amazon as well. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I'm sure there's a lot of methods now to burn PS2 games. Probably kill your laser, though. This is like one of the biggest slaps in the faces. It's like, alright, you gotta pay $500 to then play one of the worst horror games ever made. I will never forget that Halloween, where I sat down and I said, oh, this should be easy to beat in one sitting. Over 10 hours later, the most I've probably ever cursed while streaming a game. Clock Tower 2. Yeah, that was something. I sat down and seriously thought I'd be able to beat this in about 4 hours. Whatever the heck how long the beat told me. No, this ain't no... I'm gonna look it up right now. Let me see what it says. Clock Tower 2, how long to beat? Yeah, 5 hours my ass. There's no way. 5 hour game. Maybe if you're using in-game time and a strategy guide. It took me like 10.5 hours to beat this game. And this is on Halloween. Like, I'm getting tired. I just want to get this game over with. It was so frustrating. Yeah, that was miserable. And I really look forward to playing it again one day. No, I've never played the History Channel games. Don't Knock Twice and Paranormal Activity. I don't think I tried those. I played very few horror games on the PSVR 1. There weren't many available while I was still playing it. I played one game that was like a walking simulator that was kind of creepy. One of the first ones they came out with. I don't remember the name of it. Could have been that game, honestly. Don't Knock Twice. I don't remember. Had like people in animal suits or something weird. Something like that. I can't remember. Man, look at the 90s bag on that thing. Oh, it's a box. Look at that 90s box. Gotta love that. Pro link-up cable. I don't even know what this thing is. Necessary purchase for. Turn together to allow two-player games to be viewed on separate TVs or monitors. Wow. I didn't know that was a thing. Two-player games to be viewed on separate TVs or monitors. Huh. So I guess if you wanted to play like a first-person shooter against a friend, but you didn't want them looking at your screen, you can like just split it to a second TV. Here They Lie. Yeah, that's the one. I played that one. Hello, James. Yeah, there were some PSVR 1 games that definitely gave some motion sickness. I don't remember getting it from that one, though. Yep, no problem. Thank you, 30. Man, the Saturn and all. I love Saturn games. I haven't really collected for it, though, for the past decade or so. Like, I'm pretty... Like I like to say, I'm pretty happy with my Saturn collection. There's really not too many more games I can add to it. Like, there are more games, but I've got most of the ones I really wanted already over the years. But I think the Saturn's a super fun console. The only Saturn game I bought in recent years was Enemy Zero. There's still odds and ends I like to own for it. It's just that those odds and ends tend to be the price of like several other games on other consoles, so. What's the money I've ever seen a game sell for? Well, these days it's kind of hard to tell what's a real sale and what's not. Especially if you're looking at like those auction websites that are not eBay. But usually it comes down to like NES or Super Nintendo games. But also sealed games kind of clog it. Sealed games can kind of like really play with the perception of what's a very expensive game. So this is probably like one of the crazier ones that sold recently, and this is a real sale. NFL Blitz 2000 Greatest Hits, $7,500 because it's pretty much the hardest Greatest Hits game to get on PS1, so the Greatest Hits collectors go for it. So that's probably a pretty shocking one for you. How I've been feeling? Pretty good. You know, I still bruise very easily because I'm still on blood thinners. Probably will be for a while. I'm just getting like bruises on my legs and stuff. I'm like, I don't even know how I got that. Just like tap something and bruise. But I had one of my medications cut down to half recently, which is one where some of the side effects are feeling very tired, so, and also muscle weakness, so it's good to have that one cut back a bit, so hopefully I'll start getting some more energy. Someone paid $1,500 for a complete copy of Persona? Okay. I don't think that's the going rate for that game. I think that's just the highest one on here. Yeah, the one for cholesterol. I was on 80 mgs, which is a ton. Bulk lot of 12. Let's see what we got. Oh wow. Okay, some actually expensive ones in here. This is one of the rarest PS1 games. Hands down. Take my word for it. Because there was a point where I was trying to get this game. I did get it. But Samurai Showdown, what's the Warrior's Rage? By far one of the hardest to get complete in box PS1 games. How do I know? Because I had this on my eBay watch list for like 2 years, maybe a year and a half, 2 years. And I was lucky to see 1 or 2 copies pop up. I think it's gotten a little better recently, but at least when I was looking for this game, wow, good luck finding a complete copy of this. It's also supposed to be one of the worst fighting games ever, which is why I had to get it. Look forward to playing it. It's a good lot. Good lot of games. $1,000. Also, this Batman Forever game, that makes up like half the price of the entire lot, in case you're curious. It's like a $500 game. The PS1 version is actually more expensive than Saturn, which usually it's the other way around, but this is actually more rare on PS1 than it is on Saturn. Actually, that's a good point, Cloud. Yeah, I would before I do anything like that, I would definitely ask my doctor, because that would also make a lot of blood go to your heart or your head as well. I don't know if I have the Juggernaut playthrough, unfortunately, TK. I don't know if I have it. But Juggernaut is definitely the kind of game where, give it enough time, when I forget enough of that game, I will definitely play it again. I'd have to check, though, if I have the playthrough. I think I had parts of it, but not the full playthrough, unfortunately. After playing Mario Kart, it's got no business with 24 people, yeah. Unfortunately, one of the things I was most excited for at Mario Kart World's 24 players online ended up being one of the worst parts about it. 24 players is too much for that game. Especially with the rubber banding. $890 for this slot? Are we serious? Damn. I'm pretty sure most of us can look at these games and I think most of us have these games in our collection. Okay, maybe like the Saturn and Sega CD stuff, maybe not. But still. That's a lot. What's the rarest 360 game I have? Probably El Chavo Kart. There's not too many super rare Xbox 360 games. A little word up, it's going alright. Oh, is this the one I have? I love this sign. I should bust it back out, put it behind my webcam. Yeah. Oh, mine doesn't have these brackets though, it's actually missing that. I think there's... does it protrude? Oh, this one actually might be a little different than the one I have. Oh yeah, this is different. Yeah, this is different. This has a different mounting on it. Did I play Expedition? I did, but I still have to go back and finish it. It's probably going to be something I end up doing off stream, just so that I can give my opinion on whether or not it's like a Game of the Year contender for me. Persona 2 with a bonus Atlas shot glass. So you can drink away your sorrows for having spent $800 on the game. Probably worth it though. I still haven't played those original Personas, like most people out there, right? All of us Persona posers. But come on, you know you started with 3 or 4. Your ass was not playing 1 and 2 first. You know it. There were like 10 people on planet Earth that played Persona 1 and 2 before you played the PS2 games. Well, Persona was like incredibly obscure before Persona 3 on PS2. Persona 3 was sort of like the first breakthrough, and even that was still kind of like under the radar. Most people didn't even know what Persona was before Persona 3. I did, but a lot of people really didn't. Well, it looks like we've hit the Persona area of sales, where every game is going to be Persona 1 or 2. Whoa, an LSD guidebook? Wow. I've never seen that. That's super rare. Someone paid $700 for this. I'd be really curious what's in there. You don't really need a guide for this game. It's so loose in how to play it. If anything, a guide would probably ruin it. But that's kind of fascinating, though. I wonder if there's any interesting tidbits in there. For those that don't know, I used to speedrun this game. Yes, you can speedrun this game. It was essentially how fast can you die over and over and over. Either by falling off a cliff or running into a wall. To end the days, you would get to day 365. It was a pretty ridiculous speedrun. But like that's why I'm curious. I'm like, what could be in there? Anything that we don't know about the game? You essentially had to memorize the routes, like touching what would bring you where, and if you spawned in a certain area, how to quickly get to another area where you can quickly end the day. But ending the day meaning like dying or running into a wall or something. Chrono Cross. I've always appreciated Chrono Cross's visuals and music especially. However, I can never look past the fact that like I really hate when RPGs have an overabundance of characters to choose from because it's hard for me to pick a group for my party. So, yeah, you can imagine Chrono Cross, that's pretty difficult. However, I think the one thing that could potentially get me to reappreciate it is to learn the speedrun, which I have looked into in the past. I actually practiced it a little bit back in the day. I never committed to it though. But the speedrun would essentially force me to use like a pretty set group of characters. And then that way I can play through the game and enjoy it and not have to worry about who I put on my party. So I may have to look back into that. Chrono Cross is actually a very fascinating game to speedrun. Very skill intensive for sure with how the combat works. There's a lot of menu manipulation in the combat with the wait times. Like, I forget the terminology to use for it, but it's a pretty good one. Wow, a lot of copies of Black Label Doom have sold recently. Black Label Doom was worth about $350, $400 at most, about 2 years ago. How do I know? Because I was at a convention where somebody was selling it for $400, and I think I offered like $300 or $350, which was like almost the entire budget I brought with me because there was nothing else interesting there to buy, and they turned it down. But it really was worth about $350 at the time. So $350, $400 at the most. So it's gone up about $200 in 2 years. A go-to mobile game? No, I don't play games while I'm like waiting out in the real world. I might look at my cell phone or something, but I won't play a game. I'm pretty patient. I don't really need to distract myself with something like that. Sometimes I'll just sit there and wait. But now that I got the Apple Watch for my heart rate, yeah, there's actually some cool little games on this thing. I'm not gonna lie. I should really do an Apple Watch stream one of these days once I pick up some more stuff for it. But it's been pretty fun finding these like cheap little $1 to $2 games on there. They got an Outrun clone, by the way, which is pretty good from what I've played of it. Like it's actually pretty solid. Let's see if I can bring it up on here real quick. Which one is it? This one? Yeah, here, check this out. The last time I made my webcam big, my stream crashed, so it'd be ready. Okay. Wait. Oh, unfortunately I have a setting on where when I look away from the screen, it's going to turn it off. That sucks. Here, let me see. Maybe if I start playing it. Look. It's Outrun on your wrist, and it's actually pretty good. I can't play when I'm not looking at it, but you can kind of see it, right? You spin the dial and you move back and forth, and it's really high frame rate. They got some cool little stuff on here. You'd be surprised. Who is that? I heard something. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you very much for the resub. Yeah, I had to get an iPhone because I didn't know when I bought the freaking Apple Watch that you needed one. So, but luckily I was able to get an offer through T-Mobile to get a free one. So, $1,000 credit. So that worked out. I remember this. This actually comes from Hollywood Video. How do I know? Because I have the other cutouts that come from Hollywood Video. Kirby, Samus. I think there was one for Link. But yeah, these used to be from Hollywood Video stores. It's a hard plastic. They chip and break very easily. What's my favorite way to play Majora's Mask? I'd just not play it. the hell, the game is still open. Get out of there. There we go. I played Majora's Mask when it came out, and I was not super into it. It was actually kind of creepy to play when I was younger. I kind of viewed it as half horror game. But if I went back and played it now, I have no idea what I'd think of it. I actually used to hate the day-night cycle of that game. I hated the time restriction. But I have no clue what I would think of it now. If I play it again, it's just going to be the probably N64 version, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'd pick something a little more up to date. If a price is crossed off, it means the seller accepted a best offer. There are ways to see what they accepted, but you can't see it on eBay. You have to use third-party tools. It's just stupid. Donkey Kong Bonanza, I've been really enjoying it. For me right now, it's a very solid, like, 9 out of 10 kind of platformer. Certainly a Game of the Year contender, I'm sure, for many people. Baroque. The first video I made on YouTube for when I started my channel in 2008, I actually talked about Baroque. 4 RPGs to check out on the Wii. Yeah, still not a lot of people have played Baroque though. Still pretty under the radar. What do I think Capcom will do with the Mega Man series? Probably keep running it into the ground, but we'll see. Sure, we'll keep getting a lot of remakes and compilations and stuff until they figure it out. Probably pass off to smaller teams to attempt to make like new side-scrolling Mega Man games and just see if anything sticks. I think their best bet is just to go down the Mega Man 9 route and just keep trying to release retro-style Mega Man games. No, I still haven't played Legends. One of these days I will, though. How different is the N64 version of Mega Man Legends? Like, is it worth playing Mega Man Legends on PS1 and then trying Mega Man Legends or Mega Man 64 on N64? Is it worth the double dip? Would it be a mistake to play the N64 one first before PS1? Okay, yeah, I'll just do the PS1 version then. Which is better anyway, I don't have it on N64. Yeah, I think this is probably the least comfortable controller I've ever used. I never used to think that about the Saturn 3D pad until I tried speedrunning Sonic R on the Saturn for hours on end. Some of the worst hand pain I've ever experienced. Like, no joke. I think there was a stream where I played it for 6-7 hours at least straight. And my hand was in... Actually, I'm trying to remember what kind of hand pain I got from this one. Was it when my finger went numb? Something with my fingers with this controller for like a month straight. Messed me up real bad. Terrible control. I mean, just look at the shape of this thing. In Sonic R, you use the triggers a ton, which I think really did me in. Really uncomfortable. The form of this thing is just horrible for holding long periods of time. Of course, the form factor, yeah, I see what they're doing. 360 degrees, 3D motion for the shape of the controller, but they really didn't think through the comfortable factor of it. No, I haven't done anything with Game & Watches. The last time I played Game & Watch was like at my grandma's house when I was younger. Yeah, I never really got too much in the Game & Watch. I actually don't even want to attempt to start collecting them things. Because that can be a addicting road to go down, I'm sure. Alright. Hate to cut you guys off here, but I gotta be up pretty early tomorrow. Just a heads up, there will be no stream until at the earliest Wednesday night. Thursday might be more likely, depending on how I'm feeling Wednesday. So a little bit of a break. But we'll be jumping back into Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, trying to beat the Elite Four with my shinies. No items. Very difficult in that attempt. Donkey Kong Bonanza. And whatever other things we jump into. After I beat Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the next Switch 1 game that I'm going to start trying on the Switch 2 is probably Breath of the Wild. So I want to see how that runs. And thank you again to those of you that signed up for Factor 75 tonight. Really, really appreciate it. If you watch the VOD and you're thinking about it, as of as of this stream right now, you have about 24-ish hours to still do it. Let me see. Let me get the exact time. So if you're a VOD watcher and you're like, oh, actually, I wouldn't mind signing up for that and getting the deal and picking an Xbox game for Beat the Play. 1 day and 12 hours from now, so it would be the July 22nd at like 1 p.m. Eastern, somewhere around there would be the absolute deadline. So let's just say 24 hours from now. So like tomorrow night, midnight. Think of it more like that. Just to not cut it too close. So yeah, just make sure you sign up with my link. The link is on my Twitch About page. In the YouTube side, whatever, just visit my Twitch page. You'll see it there. And contact me if you do it. Let me know. I will let you pick any Xbox Game Pass game for me to stream. So, other than that, I'll see you guys in a few days. Thank you very much for popping in. I think that's all I had to say. I'm not sure. I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but looking forward to beating Pokemon and continuing Donkey Kong. Anyway, you guys have a good night. Thank you very much for hanging out. I will leave this VOD up on YouTube for as long as I can, but it's probably going to get hit with copyright stuff pretty quick, so... just to let you know, what I usually do is I'll put it on unlisted, and then I'll switch it over to members, so if you're a YouTube member, you can watch the full VOD. So, once it gets hit with copyright, I put it to unlisted for people to finish watching that may be in the middle of watching it, so they don't have to join membership, and then after that, it's pretty much privated for members, in case you're wondering what happens to them. Or you can just watch it on Twitch, but some people are only YouTube people, so... See you guys next week. Have a good one.